supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are Expert Hub, Knowledge Hub, Talent Hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream sub-holding, refining and petrochemical sub-holding, commercial and trading sub-holding, gas sub-holding, power and new renewable energy sub-holding, and integrated marine logistics sub-holding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power.
Kami mengundang pada tamu yang terhormat untuk mengambil tempat di Indonesia Pavilion 2024 karena kita akan segera memulai acara pembukaan Indonesia Pavilion di Hannover Messe 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you once again to join us at our opening ceremony at Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests and our esteemed speakers, good morning and welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024, hosted by the Ministry of Industry, Republic of
through
Indonesia.
here inside of
My name is
Zoom.
Joy
Are
Hanoi.
you
I'm
getting
honored
value?
to be your
Hit the
master
like
of
button,
ceremony for today's
OBS and the
proceeding.
virtual.
Before we get into our opening ceremony, I would like to greet some special guests that join us and present with us today. Here with us, His Excellency Minister Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. We are welcoming also His Excellency Ambassador Arif Hafaz Ugroseno, Ambassador of the Republic of the Indonesia for the Federal Republic of Germany. We are also welcoming His Excellency Eko S.A. Cahyanto, Secretary General, Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Also joining us in the opening ceremony today, His Excellency Maman Abdurrahman, Vice Chair of House Commission 7, House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. Welcoming also His Excellency Doni Mariadi Ukon, Vice Chair of House Commission 7, House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. Also joining us today, Secretary Ahmad Jaka Santos Adiwijaya, Secretary of Nusantara Capital Authority. Extending our very best welcome also to President Director Nike Widiawati, President Director of PT Pertamina Persero. Let's give some appreciation for our special guests for today's proceeding. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Minister of Industry, the Republic Indonesia, for opening speech at Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024. Please join me one more time to invite His Excellency Mr. Minister. Please.
A very good morning to you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Guten Morgen. Selamat pagi and good morning. Let me start by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to our exhibitors for their hard work and efforts so that Indonesia can once again present our latest technological advancements and potential industrial technology investments in Hannover Messe 2024. My further appreciation goes to His Excellency Mr. Arif Hafaz Ugroseno, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Federal Republic of Germany, and all the teams of Indonesian Embassy and Consulate General, Ibu Konjen, for the unwavering support for Indonesia presence in Hannover Messe. Furthermore, allow me to express my highest appreciation to Deutsche Messe for organizing one of the most prominent exhibition on cutting-edge technologies in Hannover Messe 2024. Excellency, colleagues, distinguished guests, last year, our President Joko Widodo, opened Hannover Messe 2023 with Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And if you can remember, there were several key takeaways on his remarks. First, making Indonesia 4.0 is a key strategy for Indonesia to undergo economic transformation through innovation and through technology. Secondly, making Indonesia 4.0 has to be supported by two big pillars, which are downstream industry and green economy. Until 2040, there are 21 commodities in the downstream roadmap, which are projected to reach an investment value of 550 billion US dollar. This is a very big opportunity that must be navigated and for the interest of many of us. In the green economy, Indonesia is strongly committed to maintaining environmental sustainability and to the commitment manifest into two big milestones. Next year, 2025, 23% of energy will come from new renewable energy, and by the year of 2050, all coal plants will be closed. Indonesia also wants to ensure that energy transition produces affordable energy for all of us, for our society. It requires big investment and financing, of course, and we have calculated we need at least $1 trillion until the year of 2060. We should be ready to pursue these targets and prepare all the necessary arrangements. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, under Making Indonesia 4.0 program, Indonesia also aims to boost competitiveness in a number of key economic sectors, including EV, electric vehicles, biofuel, and of course, renewable resources. Indonesia has and will continue to implement government measures to improve the multiplier effect on sustainability, on the environment, and as well as for the economy. Indonesian government actively promotes the transition from a linear to a circular economy in the manufacturing sector. It is critical to ensure resource sustainability, renew raw material sources, and unlock our economic potential. Excellency, distinguished guests, colleagues, to create a smart and sustainable industry, we require a strong collaboration among a diverse variety of stakeholders, including business, private sectors, governments, campuses, and also communities. Strong collaborations strives to invest in R&D, this is very important, embrace cutting-edge technology, implement best practices, promote a culture of sustainability, and the continuation of advancement across industrial sector. The goals are to establish economic sectors that are not only environmentally and socially sustainable, but also to provide advantages to the future generation. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Excellency, distinguished guests, as we embark on this journey towards a more sustainable future, let us remember that the choices we make today will create the world of tomorrow. By embracing clean energy solutions, promoting energy efficiency, and fostering collaboration, we can pave the way for our brighter, greener, and for more prosperous future for the generation to come. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please join me one more time to give appreciation to the Minister of Industry of Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Your Excellency Minister, for the opening remarks. Now we proceed with our opening ceremony. We will do ribbon cutting ceremony. It is a time-honored tradition, the ribbon cutting ceremony, to open the exhibition. We gather around this symbolic ribbon. Let it be a representation of the unity and collaboration that reinforce the success of this exhibition. I invite His Excellencies to please arise. We will now commence the ribbon cutting ceremony to officially open the Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024. Okay, now we will officially open. We will count down, ladies and gentlemen. We will open the Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With this ribbon cutting ceremony, the Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe is officially open. We thank you, His Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen that has joined us in our opening ceremony. We wish you the best at this exhibition for a successful exhibitions ahead. Thank you, His Excellencies. Now, proceeding with our ceremony, we will now also having a Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony. Today at Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe, we will witness and celebrate the signing of significant Memorandum of Understanding. The first one will be, I invite MOU number 1, Kawasan Industri Pulau Ladi and Mars. Please, the representative of Kawasan Industri Pulau Ladi to join me at the stage. And also the representative of Alam Cleanergy Pte Limited to join me also at the stage. Please join me on this side. One party at the right side and one party at the left side. Bapak agak geser ke sini Bapak supaya bisa masuk di kamera. Menghadap kamera. Menghadap kamera. Silakan geser ke sini Bapak menghadap kamera. Both parties are welcome to sign the MOU of Pulau Ladi dan Mars. Representative from Pulau Ladi, Mr. Brand Lim, and representative from Alames Cleanergy Limited, Bambang Indrawan. You may please exchange the MOU to proceed with the completion of this MOU. Here at Indonesia Pavilion, we celebrate the collaboration of both parties reaching for the same goals for a better future in the industry. Now we'll proceed with photo session one more time. For our first MOU, Kawasan Industri Pulau Ladi dan Mars. Yeah. One more time photo with contract that shown to the camera. Thank you for the representative of Kawasan Industri Pulau Ladi and Mars. You may all please be seated. After this, we will invite the second MOU signing of today event. We will continue with the second MOU signing of ECADIN between ECADIN and TUV NORD. We invite founder and CEO of ECADIN, Desti Alcano, PhD, to join us at the left side of the stage, and also TUV NORD certification representatives, Mrs. Sandra Gerhards, to join us at the right side of the stage. Please join us at the right side of the table, and we will begin the signing ceremony with the Minister of Industry of Republic Indonesia witnessing this MOU signing between ECADIN and TUV NORD certification. Both parties are signing. One more signing for the MOU. With the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, we are looking forward for a fruitful collaboration. Please, you can hold the MOU for a photo session. Let's give some appreciation for the second MOU signing of ECADIN and TUV NORD. Thank you, representative of both parties. You may all please now be seated. Now we will invite the third MOU signing of today between PT Stekok Robotika Indonesia and Beckhoff Automation. I invite kindly Director of Stekok Robotica Indonesia, Mr. Malik Khidir, to join us at the stage, and also Managing Director of Backhoff Automation, David Chia, to join us at the stage. We will now begin the MOU signing ceremony, witnessed by the Minister of Industry of Republic of Indonesia. After this, we will be having a photo session, one photo session with the minister and the executives, and showing the MOU as proof that they will work for a fruitful collaboration in the future. One more time photo signing. I thank you both representatives from both parties. Representative from Stekok Robotica Indonesia, please stay at the stage to join me for the fourth MOU signing between PT Stekok Robotica Indonesia and Noya Tech. I invite one more time Director of Stekok Robotica Indonesia, Mr. Malik Khidir, and Managing Director of Backhoff of Noya Tech, Hakan Emerson. We are beginning the fourth MOU signing of today with PT Stekok Robotica Indonesia and Noya Tech. Please join me for a photo session with the VIPs with the contract shown for the fourth MOU for today's event at Indonesia Pavilion. I thank you, representative from both parties, PT Stekok Robotica Indonesia and Noya Tech. The final MOU signing of today, I invite representative from ATMI IGI and Solinatra Group BV to join me at the stage for the fifth MOU signing event of today. Here with us, PT ATMI IGI Center Director Justinus Wahyu Nursanto, and also representative of Solinatra Group BV, Roland Bloed, Chair of Board of Solinatra Group BV, Netherlands. Signing an MOU with the theme of local biodegradable material factory establishment. The MOU is signed by both parties and will be now having a photo session. One more time photo session. With this fifth Memorandum of Understanding, we will now conclude the MOU signing ceremony of today at Indonesia Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please join me one more time to give a big appreciation for the MOU signing ceremony and the whole opening ceremony of today. Thank you one more time. His Excellencies, you may now please be seated. Yeah, and we will now conclude the opening ceremony of Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024. I thank you one more time, ladies and gentlemen, that have been joining us and making this whole event happen. Thank you one more time, and I wish you a very good exhibitions ahead. And that will be all for the opening ceremony. We'll see you at 11 o'clock for our business forum hosted by ECADIN at Indonesia Pavilion. Supported by Ministry of Industry of Republic Indonesia and sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
Power of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. Serve as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024.
You are also COO. That's great. We are both COO.
Welcome at our Indonesia Pavilion. You are welcome to join us at our business forum that will be begun shortly.
Du, es ist immer so, dass ich hatte am Samstag einen Podcast mit Gästen und es waren 2 Gäste mit präsent. Wir haben es natürlich als Podcast, das heißt, da wird dann einfach noch, da werden noch mehr hören. Aber da muss man durch. Wenn
Let us
da
begin
niemand da
our
ist, ist
business
niemand da.
forum of today at Indonesia Pavilion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our esteemed speakers. We are here this morning to open our business forum with a theme of forging smart and sustainable industry. To start off our event today, I will invite the founder and CEO of ECADIN. To Desti Alcano, PhD, I invite you to grace the stage to open our event today.
Eben das ganze Thema Meeting, also nachzudenken auch, wo können wir anders denken, das entscheiden und ist natürlich, also
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? No?
Not yet.
Yeah? Okay, perfect. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers, our esteemed participants. Good morning. Welcome to our anticipated business forum entitled Forging Smart and Sustainable Industry, where we run with a support from our Ministry of Industry and sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero. My name is Destia Alcano, founder and CEO of ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, a not-for-profit knowledge, talent, and expert hub in energy and sustainability concerns, with a mission to create a greener future by accelerating energy transition as well as promoting a just sustainable growth. We are doing that by advocacy, by connecting expertise, knowledge, business actors, and financing means. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is one of the Southeast Asia leading economies, which is in the top 10 largest global economics in terms of GDP, purchasing power parity, with an economic growth of more than 5%. And it's also Indonesia is also the world's fourth most populous nation, with more than 277 million people. A rather young, vibrant nation with a median age of 29 years. And of course, as you may know, Indonesia has abundant natural and agricultural resources, but actually more than 40% of our GDP is contributed by industry sector, compared to 12% by agricultural sector. It's therefore clear that today Indonesia is an emerging industrial country. Building on that, today our business forum is constructed on that very topic, forging a smart and sustainable industry, that we want to push dialogues and collaboration, international collaborations, to forge a smarter as well as more sustainable industry for the humanity, for today and for the future. So we also proudly shared with you that Indonesia aim also to play an important role to help decarbonizing industry, particularly hard to abate industries, by standing out as a leader in CCS, in carbon capture and storage, in the Asia Pacific region particularly, with the fact that Indonesia has the largest estimated geological CO2 storage capacity in Southeast Asia, and has the most, I should say, the most major CCS regulatory framework in the region. So for sure, it's not only natural potentials we do have and should talk about Indonesia. Indonesia's digital market is currently indeed experiencing rapid growth, driven by young population as well as increasing internet penetration. And this business forum is part of our mission to connect innovation and market, bringing together the expertise and resources with the ultimate goal, the ultimate objective to reach our net zero emission goals. So we have proudly gathered Indonesia's and international prominent companies in this business forum to share on 6 topics. You could read by yourself on these slides. And we firmly believe that this anticipated business forum provides exclusive opportunity for us to engage meaningful dialogue, share our expertise, and chart a course towards a greener, towards a smarter, towards a more sustainable future for our industries. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers to our esteemed guests and also participants. Thank you for joining us today. I'm here at your disposal if you need anything, including the following up of this business forum. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let's give it up one more time for the CEO of ECADIN, Desti Alcano. Thank you for your welcoming speech. Now joining us from online, we have here Professor Enia Listiani Dewi, Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation at Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is that my voice is
Sebentar,
clear
Ibu.
to be? Yes, okay, thank you. Terima kasih, thank you. The Excellencies, distinguished guests and speakers, and all of the ladies and gentlemen, and slightly I saw
Tahan sebentar.
Miss Nika. It's sitting over
Sebentar,
there.
Ibu.
So it's
Ditahan
great.
sebentar.
Okay.
Ibu,
Yes,
tahan
I can
sebentar.
hear. Oh,
We're having a bit technical difficulties.
okay, sure. Yes.
Now, Ibu Professor, please give us your opening speech. Now we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much for the time and the opportunity to inviting me to be part of this event that holding by Energy Academy Indonesia, and I'm really thanks to Minister of Industry of Republic Indonesia and all of those teams, and also great thanks to Mrs. Nike Widiawati, the President Director of PT Pertamina, and also the team of the Pertamina Patraniaga International Shipping, and all of the friends, and also Bu Desti, it's founder and CEO at ECADIN, and all of the distinguished guests and speakers. And from here, I'm apologies that I cannot be offline over there, but I would like to express my highest appreciation to Ministry of Industry of Republic Indonesia, and also ECADIN for this pleasure to join the business forum forging smart and sustainable industry. So, Excellency, distinguished guests and participants, we are in the perspective of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. We have more, along with the relevant stakeholder, we are now preparing for the Indonesia Net Zero Emission 2060 roadmap, and with the slightly renewal about our target, and would be, but our target of emission reduction, it's almost 129 million tons of CO2 in 2060. So with those strategies, we want to accelerate the activity on intensity electrification through the electric vehicle, for example, and the induction stove, and also electrifying agriculture. And we want to accelerate new and renewable energy development, including in the RUPTL and our national strategy of electricity. And also the electricity by the renewable energy, it's on the off-grid and also on-grid. And we want to accelerate the biofuel, including the SAF also for the newest coming for the technology of the bioenergy. And we are committed to make a moratorium of coal-fired power plant, and we will do the early retirement of existing CFPP. And on our roadmap, we are now want to retire about 4.8 gigawatt of the CFPP until 2030 or 2035. So it is on the pipeline. So hopefully it will be phased down state by state. And then we want to developing a new energy resources also, such as hydrogen and ammonia. And also we want to implement it, the CCS and CCUS technology. And the last one for the energy efficiency application. And Indonesia have a diverse renewable energy and to support the national energy resilience. So in the new national strategy of electricity, we increasing the geothermal potential, and also we want to add a new ocean energy. And this would be the total potential of 3.6 gigawatts. And we have I'm sorry, the potential is 3,687 gigawatt, but the we are only utilize 13 gigawatt of geothermal. And then for the ocean energy is there is 0 now. So we want to accelerate the tidal current energy as well. And Indonesia also support to the green industry development, particularly to provide the electricity and industrial parks, such as development of Mentarang Indo hydropower plant to electrify the Tanah Kuning Industrial Park. It is in North Kalimantan. So we want to have more industrial park in the Kalimantan Islands. And we want to also addressing the new and renewable energy in the mandatory of biofuel. With this, we want to have a more closer collaboration with Pertamina itself to make to accelerate the biofuel uses and also phasing out the fossil fuel power plant. So we are very actively encouraging the development of renewable energy resources also in hydrogen and ammonia as well. And we want to be such kind of international and as hydrogen hub and ammonia hub. From Indonesia, we can export it and then can supply the green ammonia to outside the country and also inside for the national, for the domestic contribution. And also for your information, to enhance the green hydrogen development, Indonesia now have such as initiative program that we are already published the national hydrogen strategy, finalizing the hydrogen roadmap and establishing the national standard related to the hydrogen. And we want to have more utilization of the low carbon hydrogen and ammonia to substitute for the existing high carbon hydrogen in industry, especially in fertilizer industry. And it will support the decarbonization in industrial sector. So I think it's in the term of regulation, we want to promote the growth of the renewable energy. This includes our initiative of presidential regulation number 112. It is concerning about the acceleration of renewable energy development by electricity provision. And our ministerial regulation number 2 is concerning about the solar PV rooftop. So we want to add much more specific benchmark for energy consumption that to facilitate the adoption of energy management. We have a new regulation of number 33 regarding energy conservation. So Indonesia government is currently finalizing the new and renewable energy law to enhance the development of renewable energy in Indonesia. And for your information, we have several meetings with our parliament, and we want to accelerate the new concept of renewable energy power wheeling. And also we want to accelerate many investment and to come to Indonesia from the international funding. And now we are have flexibility of local content requirement. So it will be much more attractive for the international investment, I think, and it will be state on the law of the renewable energy law. So I think that is my newest information for you all, and we will definitely invite all of the international collaboration to enhance the renewable energy implementation. We hope this business forum could create the strategic matters to support the decarbonization effort in Indonesia and worldwide. And we are Indonesia and really committed to reduce our emission. And the last thing that I want to say that the government of Indonesia will work through all of the challenges that comes with our energy transition, and will continue work closely with all of the stakeholders, including involved to foster the collaboration in accelerating our energy transition toward the net zero emission. So thank you so much to having me, and I really support for the activity in this business forum. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Therefore, it is obvious that Indonesia is today an emerging industrial country. And just like the rest of the world, we want to decarbonize. We plan to reach net zero in 2060. Summarizing, Indonesia is building its economy by advancing its industry and also ensuring that it is sustainable. Today, our business forum is built on that, forging smart and sustainable industry. We want to build dialogue and build collaboration to forge smarter industry that is beneficial for the humanity today and for the future. So before we start, I'm going to read the CV of our impressive lineup of speakers. First, I'm going to read about Ibu Nika Widiawati. In Indonesia, we are super proud of Ibu Nika. She is the President Director and CEO of Pertamina since 2018, overseeing the largest energy company and the largest company in Indonesia. with integrated business spanning from upstream to downstream with annual revenue of more than 75 billion US dollar and managing approximately 34,000 of people. She has successfully transformed Pertamina, and her leadership has been internationally recognized. She was named among the world's most powerful women by both Forbes and Fortune 3 years in a row. And she currently ranks 51st in the Forbes, the world 100 most powerful women in 2023. Ibu Nika has bachelor degree in industrial engineering and continued her master in business law at University of Pajajaran. With a career spanning over 3 decades in various state enterprises, she had leadership role in the PLN, Rekayasa Industry, and also Mega Ultra, leading to her current position as Pertamina. Welcome, Ibu Nika. And then we welcome also Lucrecia Loscher. Thank you for here with us today. Lucrecia is the Chief Operating Officer of thyssenkrupp Uhde. She's also the member of Executive Board of thyssenkrupp Uhde, with decades of rich international experience in various industry leadership, including in Siemens Energy, Osram. She graduated from ESP Europe and also from HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management. Welcome to our business forum today. And Zoya Alexieva, welcome, Zoya. She is the Vice President of Software Strategy at Schneider Electric with more than 20 years of experience in digital transformations, strategy, and technology across different industries. She has worked on digital strategies and Internet of Things solution sales programs, as well as technology and go-to-market partnership, driving solution scaling and adoption. Before joining Schneider, Zoya has the role of Program Manager Manufacturing EMEA at Microsoft. And prior to that, she was Director of IT and Digital Strategy at Carrot Motion and Global Ability Solution Portfolio Manager at ABB. She has PhD in Software Architecture from KIT and MSc in Analytics and Management from NW State University. Welcome, Zoya. We are very pleased to have you today. So now, without further ado, I welcome our panelists to start their speech and presentation. Ibu Nika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you, Chandra. Good morning, selamat pagi, everyone. First of all, I will extend our appreciation for ECADIN and Ministry of Industry that giving us the opportunity to be part of this great event and to be part of Indonesia Infinite Journey as well. Let me start to have a slide here to describe the integration of our business and to show the complexity of the energy system, energy ecosystem in Indonesia. Please, maybe you can start. Yeah. Pertamina is the only one state-owned enterprise that navigate the integrated energy business all the way starting from upstream, midstream, downstream. And we not just cover the domestic market, we also have the operation in overseas market as well. But the aim is to strengthening our energy independency and energy security. So this is the integration business of Pertamina. We start with upstream oil and gas block. We operate around 40 domestic block and 25 overseas block. And for Indonesia, 24% on domestic block now is operated by Pertamina. But our contribution in domestic production for oil is around 70% and 28% for gas. So there is a huge contribution for Pertamina in order to meet our energy security domestically. And we also operate 8 refinery integrated with petrochemical. So everybody is still questioning why Pertamina still put an allocation of budget of capex in refinery development. For Indonesia now, despite of the target of energy transition, despite of the sustainability, one priority that have to be part in our strategy is energy security. So we put forward this energy security become our first priority without ignoring the sustainability itself. So we develop the refinery to improve the standard in order to reduce the sulfur content, the nitrogen content, and to reduce the greenhouse gas emission as well. In order to distribute the energy sector in Indonesia, you can imagine we have 70,000 islands with 280 million people. We have to distribute all the industry. So we have our own infrastructure, starting with upstream and then refinery and fuel terminal, transportation, sea transportation, inland transportation, as well as freight transportation, air freight transportation. Can imagine that we have to bring the fuel all the way to Papua with maybe 5 transportation mode, starting with pipeline and then trucking and then shipping. And finally, we bring all the LPG, all the fuel by air truck to the top of the mountain in Papua. And we all know that in order to shifting from fossil energy to renewable energy, we have to strengthening the bridging fuel. We call it bridging fuel. It's gas. We have a gas block. We have a huge reserve in Indonesia. Now, our homework is strengthening the infrastructure, midstream and downstream. So we develop and operate. Now is around 32,000 kilometers of gas pipeline distributing from upstream block up to the city gas, I mean to the household. And we also embracing the new and renewable energy that Indonesia thermal now is still, but we have still a huge reserve to be developed further. And in the shipping, more than 700 vessels that we've been operating today, not only for domestic market, but also for international market. So this is a integrated value chains of energy that navigated by Pertamina. And it is more complex when, in particular for Pertamina, since as a state enterprise, we have a mandate from government to do a public service obligation to provide all the energy and bringing the accessibility to the people of Indonesia to allow them to get the clean energy, the affordable energy, and the accessibility as well. So next slide. We fully understand that the global challenge for energy transition is more accelerated year by year. So Pertamina, despite of keeping the energy security, we also have a strategy to increase the new and renewable energy in energy system of Indonesia. So we call it dual growth strategy. We strengthening our legacy business in order to meet the energy security, energy affordability, and energy accessibility. But at the same time, we also do the decarbonization program for the legacy business. And second strategy, our growth engine is building the low carbon product, starting with the natural resources that Indonesia have, geothermal, biofuel, CPO base, and then we improve the technology, not just from CPO, but also from the waste. So there is a circularity technology applied in our refinery now. We have B35 the blending bioenergy with our diesel. And from that program, actually last year, we can reduce the carbon emission around 32.8 million tons CO2 from B35 program. And we start to produce also biogasoline, blending the gasoline with bioethanol, producing from sugarcane molasses, and we will produce more in our product as strengthening our scope 3 in ESG performance. We also understand that in our national energy policy, by 2060, there are still fossil energy in the energy mix. There are still coal, as well as fossil fuel and gas. And to achieve the net zero emission by 2060, we start to implement the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We start with 2 blocks and successful to not just reducing CO2, but also increasing our production around 300%. And we will do more, especially for carbon capture and storage only. We have a potential more than 500 gigatons CO2 storage capacity to reduce the carbon emission. And Indonesia is the 3rd biggest country that have rainforests. So we have an opportunity also to reduce the carbon by nature-based solution. So we start with that, with our island, Kalimantan, and also in Java as well. And to support this dual growth strategy, we also have to strengthening the key enablers, which is very important when we are talking about smart and sustainable business as well. There is a sustainability. We establish new function in our organization. There is a sustainability and a digital transformation. Next slide. We start our sustainability journey actually 40 years ago when we transform our organization from the big organization upstream to downstream. Then we transform to become holding and subholding. All the operation is subholding level. And we focus on new and renewable energy, new business, and integrated all the operation. Next slide. So this is the aspiration, and we very proud to extend our operation to the team that up to last year we successfully reduced 35% of our carbon emission from internal operation, which is put us now is the first rank in ESG performance in the subsector of integrated oil and gas company. So we vote in that, and our commitment also shown in our budget allocation that 15% allocated for low carbon business, and the remaining is 42% is for downstream industry for gas and also oil. Next. Digitalization, we put as one of our strategic agenda. You know, the complexity, the wide range of our operation. We cannot do it by manually. So we, our digital transformation now is for upstream, midstream, downstream, all the way is linkage and interconnect, interfacing with our command center. So we can monitor all our operation, each well, each block, and all the mobilization of our shipping, trucking, and all the air freight. We can monitor that to assure that energy availability and accessibility always become our priority. This is our program, Decarbonization. We add more this year, starting with methane abatement program, not just carbon CO2 only, and digitalization, and also the energy transition. So we believe that digital transformation will be accelerated and will be leveraged our position in terms of market value. So we more focus and allocate some budget and resources for digitalization. Next, 3 minutes left. Okay, now we develop the spoke and hub mechanism for digitalization. Since every minute we have to ensure the energy is available. We have 15,000 gas stations. We have more than 80,000 LPG stations. We have a program, One Village, One Outlet. So for each station, for each gas station and outlet, we have to ensure every minute there is an inventory sufficient enough to provide all the demand. And we have a projection through artificial intelligence from our database, especially when we come with, Idul Fitri, the mobilization. Next slide. Last month, there is 193 million people in Indonesia mobilized during Ramadan and Idul Fitri. And there is a huge increasing in demand, 10 up to 15% from the total 100 million kiloliter. So we have to ensure, despite of geopolitical issue and also the situation, increasing the ICP and the currency, but we have to keep this availability and affordability for all the people. Without digitalization, it's not possible for us, impossible for us to do this job, to do the mandate from the government. So, for Pertamina, not only to bring the company and the energy sector to more sustainable, but it should be also smart operation. So we put digitalization is one of our priority agenda in our sustainability journey. So thank you for all the participants.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nika. I would like to summarize shortly of what you presented. Very impressive of giving an overview how Pertamina is not just a company, but is essential part of Indonesia. How the country will not run without Pertamina, basically because Pertamina is supplying energy to the country. So Pertamina as a company, it provides energy security, at the same time has a mandate for sustainability, and currently strengthening the infrastructure of the bridging fuel, which is gas. At the same time has the mandate for clean, accessible, and affordable energy for all. And currently strengthening the core business, but at the same time developing low carbon business, including carbon capture and storage, natural-based solution, geothermal, and also including even methane abatement. And we saw as well how Pertamina is performing in terms of ESG, very impressive, how it is doing its organizational transformation and digital transformation to achieve the objectives. And last but not least, AI for business performance, including demand prediction, which an example of Idul Fitri event, which is the Christmas of Indonesia, which is this year was involving hundreds of millions of people, and that is not easy to supply energy to all of those. Thank you very much for the impressive presentation. And next, I'm going to give the time to Lucrecia. The time is yours.
Yes, thanks a lot. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and thanks to ECADIN for the invitation, and also thanks to the Ministry of Industry to be here. Thyssenkrupp has a long history in Indonesia. We are present since 150 years. And while in the last 150 years, we were supporting the growth and the growth of the whole country, we are now also very, very eager to help the transition towards a greener and cleaner industry setup. And Thyssenkrupp is very much prepared because we have also internally set up our strategy to support industry to decarbonize. So I would like to mention Nucera, the company that produces electrolyzers for green electricity. And then we have Polysius, decarbonizing cement industry, also something which is very important for Indonesia. And Uhde, the company that I'm representing, we basically summarize a broad majority of chemicals and energy carrier to help to decarbonize. And as you rightly said, Mrs. Nike, we have the whole portfolio of gray, blue, and green, because it's not possible to immediately have everything only with renewable energy. To decarbonize by basically capturing the CO2. Let me perhaps, if you go on the key slide, where I try to summarize a bit the full portfolio with regard to chemicals. Let me start with the ammonia, because that's probably the one that is a key element. Ammonia is a very good carrier for energy, because it's much more dense than hydrogen. And you mentioned that you need to ship it to all the different islands. And that's, of course, much smarter if you use ammonia instead of only hydrogen. So by us providing blue ammonia, we can actually capture 99% of the CO2. And then it can be stored, or it also can be used. I will come to the usage later on. And then you can use storage. We also provide ammonia storage to then afterwards use it for transportation via pipeline, or also very popular shipping. So we also see more and more companies preparing their ships also to use ammonia for the propulsion, not only to ship ammonia as such. And with regard to methanol, methanol is also a very interesting fuel where we create plants for it, because it actually can use CO2 emissions and convert it into a new syngas, which then can be used for other industries again. So basically, you can capture CO2, and then you can convert it into methanol and can reuse it as a fuel again. And why is that of interest? It's also of interest because Indonesia is also an important provider for agriculture products, and there's a lot of agricultural waste. And this is, of course, a resource, because you can use this biomass in a biomass gasification, also mentioned over there, and you can basically bypass and use this biogenic carbon to recycle it and to also generate methanol. And then methanol can be either used as a gasoline, methanol to gasoline, can be used for aviation, sustainable aviation fuels. So if you have methanol as a base, you can then convert it further to other products that are very relevant for transportation and for industry growth as such. Let me quickly also touch the point of carbon capture and storage. I mentioned the cement industry. We now have the first projects in Croatia where we decarbonize cement industry through using the low carbon Polysius application, and then also capture the remaining CO2 emissions and store it with our technology. So that all is possible. It's all, I think, needed as a combination. And thyssenkrupp Uhde is very happy to be here and to present that, because we think we can really help to meet the 30 or 40% abandonment potential or the CO2 reduction ambition that Indonesia has. And I will be very happy to explain later if there are any questions. So perhaps just yeah, thank you. I think we can skip the last slide. Thank you. Oh, there it is. So that is just a reminder of the biomass gasification, because I thought that's especially important for Indonesia to see that it is not only slides but we have also already set up plants where we can use biomass to generate then further on methanol and to use that for the different synthetic fuels that we need. So this is real. This is located in France. We have also other plants in other locations. So, and I think the Indonesian delegation is going to visit Carbon to Chem in Duisburg tomorrow. This is in Germany, a location where we have a demonstration plant where we can basically showcase how we produce methanol and how we later on then also convert it into sustainable aviation fuels and gasoline. And also you may have heard from large projects in Saudi Arabia, where we also now built a first plant for methanol to gasoline, because of course they want to also fuel all the expensive cars with green fuels, and they have also now confirmed the first plant, and it's in production, is in the setup phase now, in the execution phase. Thanks for this time, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Lucrecia. So this is quite impressive because you mentioned about how you have a Nucera which produce electrolyzer for hydrogen, and how you decarbonize cement operation and cement production. And then we talk about how you work on ammonia as energy carrier and bridging by producing blue ammonia, in which process you capture 99% of the carbon dioxide. And my favorite part is how thyssenkrupp have a process to process carbon dioxide to methanol and then to other fuel such as gasoline and SAF. And it is not just a dream because it already happened, and the facilities are there and have been producing. So it is very impressive, and we are really looking forward to see the real thing. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the next presentation is going to be for Zoya Alexieva. We move a little bit to the Internet of Things. This is the hot stuff, digital. So we welcome, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Can one hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Really pleasure to be here today with you. Thank you so much to ECADIN for inviting me. And of course, I'm really honored to share the stage with such powerful speakers and women leaders today. From Electric, I'm representing it today for you, and we are a company with over 180 years of history. We say that sustainability is embedded in our DNA, and I will explain a bit later why. And yeah, we are also led by people values. Maybe we can jump to the next slide. Thank you. So we are about 36 billion euro revenue as of last year, 150,000 employees in over 100 countries worldwide. And what is unique about us, we also have a very extensive partner network. There's about 1 million of people working for our partner organizations, into whose expertise we tap in daily to be able to deliver value for our customers. Our portfolio is focused on electrification and digitalization. And when we say digitalization, it's basically automation, industrial automation, and of course, software portfolio. So today I'm here more from the other side. So we are basically the solution providers on the sustainability journey to our customers. And of course, Indonesia is a very important market for us. So I'm really honored to be here. Yeah, so maybe jump into the next slide. We Schneider Electric happened to have embarked on this sustainability journey already decades ago. We made it priority for ourselves and also the way we serve our customers. And we believe our portfolio is quite uniquely structured to be able to deliver value in this area. And I will explain a bit later why. Next slide, please. If you look around the world today, it's not a secret, it's becoming more and more clear to all of us that it's really important to be able to connect all moving parts and provide comprehensive digital twin to be able to enable sustainability by the digitalization journey for everybody. And why is it so? It's because if you look at energy production today or carbon emissions, you see that about 80% of carbon emissions are actually coming from either energy production or consumption, and we actually waste quite a lot of it, about 60%. So if you speak about 1.5 degree reduction for our pathway, it means we need to basically halve our emissions already by end of this decade. And actually it means that we need to increase threefold our commitment as compared to what we have today. So this is where this digital twin becomes really important, and digitalization portfolio and how we do it at Schneider Electric is on the next slide. We have our EcoStruxure platform at Schneider Electric, which is basically a comprehensive platform which combines our portfolio into one technology backbone. It is a collection of innovation around cybersecurity, connectivity, IoT, cloud. It's based on hybrid cloud solutions, but also on-premise data repository. In essence, it's open IoT-enabled system architecture and platform, and it provides both total horizontal and vertical integration. So when I speak about vertical integration, it's obviously coming from an edge, connecting connected products, edge control, software, apps, analytics, etc. All, of course, powered by cybersecurity and other technical topics. And you can think about it as our technology backbone, which we use to deliver value in our 4 target industries, which is industry, which is built. And on the next slide, I'm just going to pick up one example to demonstrate how we help our customers on this journey. I picked up industry because we're at Hannover Fair. So I picked up our customer, Roca, who is producing really beautiful products. They have about 76 factories worldwide. They're present in over 170 countries. They have over 20,000 employees. And Schneider Electric worked with Roca at global level. We have our climate consulting service. We helped Roca develop global sustainability policy and implement it with the help of our solutions, obviously EcoStruxure platform, but also Aviva. Now it's called Connect Data Services, Aviva Pi as well, EcoStruxure Resource Advice, and many other solutions. And basically, Roca was able to already reduce carbon emissions by 21%. They should be able to achieve almost 50% by 2030, and they're on a target to become net zero by, I believe, 2040 or something. Sorry, I don't remember anymore the date. But why I picked up this example, I think it's really valuable because it demonstrates how global digitalization of factories and implementation of this kind of digital twin combining electrification and automation with the help of digitalization helps not only reduce carbon footprint in this case, also become more sustainable, but also it helps to increase profitability because the factories are becoming more efficient in this case, and also the maintenance costs go down. And this is why at Schneider Electric, we obviously like these examples because they demonstrate that sustainability does not necessarily come only at cost, but it also brings value. So thank you very much. I would be happy to give you more examples. I'm here after the presentation. We have a lot of such examples. And yeah, thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I would like to summarize shortly about what you have presented about sustainability and digitalization and how your company works around buildings, industry, data center, and also infrastructure. And a very interesting case history on how digitalization can actually help to decarbonize, not necessarily by changing directly to different energy source, but by being smart, basically. Exactly. So thank you very much. It's a very interesting, and we are looking forward to hear more, probably from questions from the audience. Thank you, Zoya. So how many minutes do we have for a question? 5 minutes? We only have 5 minutes, unfortunately, for question and answer. So probably I will just accept one question from the audience. Yeah. Yes.
So thank you very much. Just a short question to Bunika as a director of Pertamina. So as an Indonesian who live in overseas, I'm very proud of your presentation. Just a short question about your company transformation. When the company decide to transform to be more sustainable company and so on, what's the biggest burden, and also how the competence or core competence should be mapped, and what's your company action to fulfill that requirement? Thank you very much. My name is Akmal from ECADIN. Thank you.
Thank you, Akmal.
Yeah. Since Paris Agreement, the global energy transition, we cannot avoid that issue, and it more accelerated when the COVID pandemic happened, and the geopolitical issue. So for Indonesia, the energy transition is not only reducing the carbon emission is a bonus, but the first priority is to strengthening our energy independence. Since now, 1/3 of our fuel consumption is still imported. So we have to reduce the imported energy with unleashing our domestic natural resources. So we start with increasing our blending in biodiesel as well as biogasoline. We have a huge reserve of CPO as well as the other biodiversity. So we start with that. There's the big push for us to do a transformation, and we start with transform our organization. It's very important when we send a message, a critical message to the people of Pertamina, that we have to change, we have to transform ourselves, we have to disrupt our existing business with the new business, and we cannot do in parallel when we operate all the existing business in one vehicle. So we have to transform to holding and subholding. The holding just integrated all the business, and the operational for each business is navigated by subholding itself. So we have a time, we have a resource and budget allocation more to develop a new carbon business, and to improve our ESG performance as well, and prepare our human capital to be adapted and to be relevant for the future energy and our future business. From that transformation, now the result is very good. We can even increase our revenue and profitability higher, and then continues growing. And we can also increase our growth in low carbon product. Since each business now is more focused, and our in holding, our roles is navigate all the new business and existing business, and make sure that the legacy business implement the decarbonization program, as well as mentioned with our speakers about the hydrogen, about the ammonia. Now we develop our first blue methanol and blue ammonia project in Bintuni. So we can produce the blue ammonia from our natural gas, and using the CO2 to become methanol. So we can use all form of the gas. And Indonesia actually have a huge reserve of gas. And during the last 3 years, Pertamina executed, we call it seismic survey, for around 35,000 kilometers. And we found 5 giant new discovery, mostly on gas in eastern part of Indonesia. So we still have the opportunity to increase our gas in energy mix in the form of more clean through blue gas and implement CCUS, and also producing the green energy from geothermal and also biodiversity.
And if I can just add, the beauty is also that you can even use a normal gas turbine and fire ammonia in the gas turbine. So you can actually use your equipment and you don't have legacy problems with that equipment.
Yes, I believe now the technology advancement allow us to use 50-50, ammonia and the gas, even though with coal, co-firing, co-processing, maybe further it will increase to more, for example, 70-30, something like that. So I mean, in terms of technology of equipment, we believe that we do hand in hand to increasing the renewable energy, the green one in our energy mix.
Thank you, Ibu Nika, and thank you for your addition. It's very insightful of what you mentioned. And if there is no question, I'm just going to ask question to. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Last night during the opening ceremony, we heard President von der Leyen mention about the EU, Europe has to be faster, cheaper, more agile, and it has a huge market, and it will create its own standard. And if anybody wants to trade with EU, you have to follow our standards. Don't mess with us. We are huge. We used to be powerful in the past. We was colonial power. Now we want to impose our rules to you guys. So my question is to from thyssenkrupp and from Snyder, how do you see the standard game in EU and biofuel in the future? Because I heard that whatever other countries doing on biofuel for aviation, for instance, you will not support it, especially it's come from palm oil, for instance. So how do you see this in the future? Instead of making cooperation, then how do you see this as a geopolitical, even political issue in the future? That's number one. Secondly, at the global level, do you think it's better that we have not just one regional standard, European standard, Japanese standard, American standard, to have one global standard for biofuel? And if you think it's worth thinking over how easy or how difficult it is going to be in the future? Because yes, we can talk about the technology, yes, we can talk about the policy, but at the end of the day, when people come with standard, then that's become a trade barrier, and that will be a difficult issue. We have seen it, we have experienced it, and just wanted to see what's your take on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the one who just asked is actually His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia to Germany.
Yes.
So no pressure, ladies. So I give the time first for Lucrecia.
Thank you. Excellency, perfect question. If I would have chosen a question, it would have been that. So I think, first of all, we are a global company, and if I would only supply ammonia plants to Germany, it would be a very small business. So in looking to your question, to be honest, I think with regard to sustainable aviation fuels, there will be a global quality level, because at the end you need to be able to fuel a plant in airplane. And of course, there needs to be a standard of quality so that the airplane can run globally, can be refilled. So for sustainable aviation fuels is a very simple answer, because that's the same standard that we currently have for aviation fuels. It's just then going to be sustainable. So that's a global standard. There are agencies globally that align on these standards, and that's a simple one. And then the EU will also not have a better standard than everyone else. It's a global standard. With regard to the actual climate crisis, I think we need to look a bit to what we have learned as Europe in the past. And we very much rely on these colors, like, is it now green? Is it blue? When is it blue? How much of the CO2 needs to be captured? the Middle East was smarter than us already a couple of years ago, because they started to speak about clean instead of talking about the colors. And clean in a sense that you don't emit CO2, because that's the ultimate goal, right? You try to have less CO2 or greenhouse gases in the air to stop the climate crisis from getting bigger. And that's what we should measure ourselves towards. So no matter what kind of standards, every country is currently trying to set standards with regard to which projects are going to get a subsidy. So, but this is for the beginning, so that these projects get the money, so that they get FID and we can have the first projects, because we assume that over time the price for green ammonia, for blue ammonia, is going to go down. So we want the first movers to get a support, and then that's fine. But over time, the only thing that will count is that we reduce CO2 in the air, either through using it, carbon capture and usage, like with the methanol, or to not emit it, and that is then the electrolyzer and ammonia path. And both energy carriers will solve the same problem, to have less CO2 in the air. So to your question, I think at the moment the standards help to structure ourselves, and there are very different standards if I supply to Australia, or for example, Japan and South Korea have different standards for their import strategy. So we have to, of course, look at it, because it may be that carbon capture of 60% in Japan is currently not as much appreciated as 99%, but that's a temporary topic, and we will see over time that it's all about the more CO2 you save, the better it is. Thank you.
So up to you. Probably digital sector
Yes.
is less affected by standard, or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, yes, it's a good point. It's maybe even worse indeed. But I think, I mean, I couldn't have said it better. I think also for us, we are a global company, we serve different markets. Indeed, depending which area or which segment, we're quite segmented in terms of standards, especially in automation, all the protocols, etc. But what we clearly see over years, and we see more and more initiatives, and BH Schneider also announced at this exhibition one of these initiatives, there is a clear drive towards more global standardization, because we cannot be a player just in one market and hope that it will improve everything for the planet. And the complexity is already crazy, and the more systems we are starting to connect, we are increasing number of data points exponentially, literally. We are reaching basically end of compute power capabilities as of today. Complexity is becoming very hard to tackle, and I think at the end the answer will be quite simple, but we will be drive toward standardization also from companies like us who are more suppliers or partners in this area. So
I hope that answered your question, Pak. Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time. We will move directly to the next session. Thank you again for the panelists today. We really appreciate your sharing, very insightful and from different industries, so very rich. Thank you very much. We'll see you again in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. I hope we can join in your project.
Thank you. So nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests that with us today at Indonesian Pavilion, Hannover Messe 2024. Such an engaging and insightful topic that we have here today. For the next session, we have a topic, Women in Industry 4.0. Still with the same panelists, but before, we are going to present some token of appreciation for our panelists today. Okay. We are still going to continue. Please arise for a bit for the ceremony. Please allow me to invite Mr. Syaroni Ahmad, Director of Access to Industrial Resources and International Promotion, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, to give some token of gratitude to our speaker. The first one to Ms. Zoya Alexeva.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Software Strategy at Schneider Electric.
Thank you so much.
Let's give some appreciation for our speakers today. Also for Ibu Nika Widiawati, President Director of PT Pertamina Persero. And also some token of gratitude for Lucretia Lucia, COO of thyssenkrupp Uhde. I also invite Madam Chandra, the moderator of today's discussion, to join us on the stage for the token of appreciation from Mr. Syaroni Ahmad, representative from Ministry of Industry. Join us for photo session at the front. We'll be having some photo session of our speakers for our morning session, morning discussion session at Business Forum, hosted by ECADIN, supported by Ministry of Industry, and sponsored by Pertamina Persero. Thank you for Mr. Syaroni for joining us today. And I think we'll be continuing our morning session to the next session. I'll give it back to you, Chanda from ECADIN, to moderate this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll continue with the same panelists. So yesterday, Indonesia celebrates Kartini Day, 21st of April every year, marking the birthday of Kartini. So for you who doesn't know who is Kartini, she's a prominent Indonesian activist who advocated for women's rights and education. Kartini, I think, was born a little bit too early, 100 years too early, because her thinking was so advanced for her time. And because of that, we honor her as a national hero. So this year, ECADIN honored Kartini Day with a special dialogue on Women in Industry 4.0. And we are extremely lucky again to have you as panelists. We didn't even think that we will have all women panelists. So I'm extremely humbled to be here to have you, women leaders in your industry, representing women leaders, representing your industry. It's not necessarily women, but you are here representing your industry. So the session is rather short, and but I'm going to ask you a difficult question. Not that difficult. So again, I'm going to open the first question for Ibu Nika, the CEO of Pertamina, who is some of the most powerful women on earth, apparently. So, Ibu Nika, according to UN Women, women represents only 22% of the workforce in the traditional energy sector. In the renewable energy sector, it is a little bit higher, 32%. However, the statistic really highlight the ongoing gender gap in energy industry, even though better inclusion rate in the newer renewable sector. So, as a woman myself who has been 20 years in the energy sector, totally agree with that, right? So now I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think the current emphasis on diversity in Industry 4.0 is sufficient to ensure women have equal opportunities in the energy sector? Up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. So I'm very proud being here after Kartini's Day yesterday. and representing the Indonesia women leaders that made the Kartini's dream happen. Okay, and you're right that the participation in energy sector, in particular, for women leader is still less than compared to the other sector, and even in Pertamina, as well as our energy sector in Indonesia, now we're still struggling to increase the contribution, the participation. Why? See, I look for, so I usually think about the holistic view. So I'm starting with the upstream side, I mean the issue, with the education. Energy sector is heavily in STEM field, science, technology, engineering, and math. And the participation of the women and girls in STEM education is quite low in Indonesia. So, and more complicated when the girls that took the education in STEM, even though not choose the energy sector as their career, there is a gender stereotype and bias in Indonesia, especially when it comes to culture and social and religion. So we have to break this glass ceiling and change the perception that energy sectors is not only the male dominated. The women also can take a part and a very strategic role, not only in the supporting side. It's now in Pertamina, for example, the women employee is around 18%, but mostly in supporting function. And in the top level, in the C-level, is around now is less than 20%. We have a target to increase to become 25% this year. As well as our state-owned enterprise have the same target to increase that participation. So we start with education, to educate, especially not only the student, but also the family. And in Pertamina, we have the community for empower women, our women staff. We have a coaching, mentoring program, and specific program for that. Not only for the employee, but we have our university. We have a quota, certain percent that the student it should be girls. And we also develop the our environment, starting with our small medium enterprise. Previously, it's just less than 20%. There is a small medium enterprise, women, small medium enterprise, but now more than 50%. So we have a program, the specific program to increase the women in our small medium enterprise. We also have a program in just like internship that allocate some quota for women in our program. We still have a lot of homework to be done in order to increase that, starting with awareness and education, student and the family, and also the environment that giving us more opportunity and equally opportunity to become the good leader. And I'm very proud now in our holding company, 2 of the board of directors is women, and we performing well. I mean, there is an acknowledgement not just from the domestic, but also internationally. So we try to convince everybody and to increase the confidence level of our staff that you can part of this journey, you can improve and also break your glass ceiling itself.
Thank you very much. It's very integral approach. And of course, I think having you at the top it's also helping them to see what they can actually achieve, right? Thank you.
Yeah. And in fact, the women, if we want to accelerate our career and come to the higher level, we have to, I mean, our extra effort is maybe more than twice, just to be equally with the others. So that's okay. We have a capacity to do that.
Very inspiring. Thank you very much, Monica. And then this time I'm going to move to Zoya directly. So definitely it is a sector that is also very male dominated. Yeah. So again, according to study by UN Women makes up only 22% of artificial intelligence workers globally. On top of that, a global analysis of 133 AI systems across industry found that 44% of them are actually gender biased. So my question, can you share with us, how does gender bias impact the performance of AI system? And what strategies Schneider implement to tackle this?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Maybe that I even read some statistics where it says about 87% of AI models are actually compromised and biased in total. So, so the number will be somewhere in between probably, but it's quite extreme. And indeed, the implications are high, from less harmful implications where, for example, famous example is translation with the help of artificial intelligence would attribute certain professions to males or females based on some data sets that we were trained. So, for example, the nurse would be perceived more as female, whereas the doctor more male. There are actually more harmful implications, especially in healthcare, where this kind of biased models are making predictions on health or advices on health about heart attacks or other things based on male data and male bias, which means that if you look at some statistics, women are like 47% more likely to suffer in an accident as a result of it. So the implications are actually quite profound. And of course, the more we go to other industries, the more we see of such examples. And the problem is, it's not it's not just because there are so little women in the teams doing the algorithms, but also because the data which is used is also mostly male dominated, or the data sets are actually created by mostly male majority or collected from male participants. And I think part of this is to be aware of the situation and tackle it. I have to say, Schneider, I'm quite proud. We have a lot of female leaders, not just in tech, but all over the organization. And we, of course, also have diversity targets, not just gender diversity, but also ethnicity, disability, and all kind of inclusivity that we are trying to achieve. And we do see the progress, though slow. And we do invest a lot into education of our employees working in our AI hub, so big central team, but also in the spoke and hub model to make sure that they're at least aware of the bias, that when they use data to train the systems, that we take the data, which is including also other representations of ethnicity, of gender, etc. So the broader population, that there are some guide rails put in place for the way we develop algorithms, and of course also the way we interpret and work with our customers. So this is what we are trying to do.
Thank you very much, Zoya. Keep fighting to make sure that the 51% of the world is represented in AI.
Thank you, we hope.
Then next to you, Lucrecia. Now it is also continuing to what Ibu Nika said, that there are not so many women in the pipeline in the industry, particularly in the STEM, in the school. And surprisingly, you thought that in Europe there are more women in STEM, but actually no, it's only 1/3 of the graduates in EU are in STEM. How do you see this impact your industry currently, and how do you want to see this for the future industry 4.0?
Yeah, it's an important question, because I think we have the same issue actually that we see in other parts of the globe. We don't have enough role models. And the stereotypes that are set, they then also influence the selection of the study, and natural science is probably not always the first choice because there are other stereotypes that indicate something different. It's actually a big loss for the companies because if you look into why would a company aim to have a higher participation of women in general, but also in leadership roles, is there are different types of qualities. And of course, now it's also a bit of stereotyping because you can always find a man that has the same qualities like a woman and the other way around. But generally, statistically, women are more collaborative from where they are coming from in their heritage. And collaborative leadership is something which is of extreme importance in a global environment where we have a we have a lot of challenges that are ahead of us, and collaborating, bringing the team together, helping the team to deal with all this interruption, change, and to act agile instead of working into a silo and trying to protect yourself. That's actually something which is extremely important for the success. So I think we need to have more role models. And we need to encourage our female colleagues to join technical jobs, and then also help them to get the freedom to make a decision if they want to move up the ladder or not. Because a career, as you rightly said, is extremely intense. You normally have to invest a lot of time and energy beyond what is perhaps required from men. And that's, of course, where we need to at least build the platform with regard to childcare, etc., to allow women to make a choice to take such a career or not.
Very rightly say, Lucrecia. So this is 3 insights from 3 different industries that is traditionally very male dominated. And here we have 3 women leaders in that very specific sector. So I'm so proud to be here. And do we still have time? We still have 5 minutes. So I'm just going to ask the same question for each of you. Now, representing your industry, as a leader in your industry, what is your message for the leaders and the future leaders of your industry to ensure equal participation of men and women in your specific industry, and why it is important? So I hope you can answer it like 1.5 minutes, starting with you, Lucrecia.
Sure. It's very simple. If you look into your families, normally you will find men and women, girls and boys in your family. And I would assume everyone loves their children equally. So you want to have equal chances. So everyone, no matter if you are a man or a woman, should encourage others to give equal chances to everyone. So that's the basis, right? We want to be treated equally, and that is also true in our business environment, and everyone should support this. So, and then we will have the best people taking the important roles, and that is independence of the gender.
Ibu Nika?
Thank you. There is 5 issue that we have to tackle. The first, there is still gender stereotype and bias. So I want to send a strong message to all the women that we have to proving ourselves that we are competent, that that bias and the perception is nothing than the myth. So back to ourselves, just improve our capability and prove to the others that we have a competency to be a global leader in this industry. The second is education. Still lack of STEM field for education. Now is on average just 19% of the graduation is STEM industry, STEM field. And then just 50% on that 19% is choose the energy sector. Against the education, the awareness, and the self-confidence should be improved and strengthening. And we have to try the new things. And I myself is more optimist about the future of energy sector that can more women participation in this industry. Why? Industry 4.0, the physical activity is will last. And there is a lot of new function related to digitalization, related to data analytic. And I think it's more have a room, the bigger room to the women to participate. And the third issue is work-life balance. You know, as a woman, naturally, we also have a strategic role as a woman and mother, and we have to make it balanced. But I think with the other mechanism that we can also, there is a education, there is a support system that support us to balance that role. And the fourth one is the policy in the workplace. For example, in Pertamina, we have a policy that we have to respectful workplace policy. And we put the very strong message for any kind of bullying, any kind of harassment. And, you know, there is more than 10 employees that already due to the harassment. So we implement and consistent to do that. And the last one is we have to also improve the environment, not just only ourselves, not just the company, but also the environment, especially to increase and to improve the perception in terms of culture, in terms of social situation. So there is 5 issues that have to be tackled to allow us to be able to improve ourselves, the women in Indonesia, and more participation in energy sector.
Thank you, Ibu. Definitely comes from a woman with very rich experience from A to Z.
More thing, I agree that we need a role model. We need a mentor. So women's support women is very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right to you, Zoya.
Yes, and I could not agree more that it's really important to have role models and mentors and this kind of support because there is so much bias and hurdles women have to overcome, and they hear a lot of times, no, you cannot do it, or at least they used to hear it, and I guess it's still the case nowadays. So I think having a role model in front of you, making it obvious, okay, it is possible, helps a lot to inspire the woman to maybe choose this kind of area. And as to quality, I think it's also really important that we don't make assumptions about each other, but we actually listen to each other and try to understand the behavior without interpreting it from our perspective, because most likely we are all biased. So I think this is something which most of us need to learn and understand, that we are all different nationalities, cultural backgrounds, history, men, women. So it's really important to be open-minded and openly ask a person if there is any doubt about something. So that's what I would say.
So thank you very much for your insights regarding role models. I can affirm that 3 of you are role models. So I hope that I'm sure that you have also mentees and people that you coaches. So thank you again for being here today. And let's take our photo. And this is my best Kartini Day celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
We'll be closing this discussion with a photo session. From our panelists and our moderator. I also invite the founder and CEO of ECADIN to join us at the photo session. I also invite Ibu Iken Retnowulan, Secretary Director General of IRIA, Ministry of Industry of Republic of Indonesia. This session will conclude our business forum at the morning session. Business forum today is hosted by ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, supported by Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, and also sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero.
Thank you.
One more time with joining hands,
Joining.
if you please.
How does it?
Okay. Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
We join hands along with the team Women in Industry 4.0.
Thank you.
thank you.
Give it up one more time for our speakers and the
Very nice to
representative
meet
from
you.
ECADIN and also Ministry of
Thank
Industry.
you much. Nice meeting you.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much. Nice meeting you.
We are
Thank
here
you so
at
much.
Indonesia
It was great.
Pavilion, Hannover Messe 2024,
Nice meeting you.
you.
Thank
Nice
you.
meeting you.
Thank you
supported
so much
by
for
Ministry
inviting
of
us.
Industry, Republic Indonesia, and also sponsored by Pertamina
Yes,
Persero.
absolutely.
We'll be having our break and we'll be
Thank you
back
very
at
much.
Thank you for
13:30.
doing this kind
With
of work.
another session, afternoon session with still a lot more interesting topics and speakers.
Sure.
I invite ladies and gentlemen to join us at Business Forum at Indonesia Pavilion in Hannover Messe 2024. We'll be having our afternoon session, how digital twins are driving sustainable businesses. Also, fuels for the future. And will be concluded with decarbonizing industry through carbon
Indonesia,
capture.
as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
Of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serve as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
Of supercharging talents to drive success. empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
power of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines. It will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation. Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
power of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of supercharging talents to drive success. Empowerment and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partners in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potentials to grow towards a sustainable future.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation and self-replication for all machines in the manufacturing industry. This machine-make-machine system aims to optimize and improvise industry productivity. The revitalization of the manufacturing industry through the Making of Indonesia 4.0 initiative serves as an accelerator towards realizing Indonesia's vision of becoming one of the world's top 10 economies by 2030. It will enhance sustainable transformation and improve Indonesia's global competitiveness. The Indonesian government has been proactive in working to create the conditions and necessary enablers to enhance sustainability transformation aligned with the country's development agenda. After being highlighted as partner country in Hannover Messe 2021, Digital Edition and Hannover Messe 2023, now in 2024, Indonesia will resume its participation and present its recent technological advancements to promote cooperation and investment in industrial technology. Indonesia will continue to further strengthen its reputation as the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world through its participation in Hannover Messe 2024. Indonesia is ready to energize and empower the fourth industrial revolution for a better future. Let's embark on our infinite journey.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
of Indonesian pathway towards decarbonization in our industry. So in general, if you look at the emissions coming from Indonesia, the largest source is still energy. And then the second source of our emissions would be transportations. And the third one is industry. And the fourth, I think, the forestry issue and other land use. And the other would be others types of activity. So that is in general of our emissions. The second important aspect in our policy is that we have conducted an assessment on how much the funding needed by Indonesia to adapt and mitigate itself on climate change. Up to 2060, we will need somewhere around 286 billion US dollar. So we need 286 US billion dollars in terms of adaptation and mitigations of our climate change. And then the question is, how much money do we get? How much money do we have? So far, our budget will be able to cover only 15% of that 286 billion US dollar. So then with that capacity on our side, with that need, which is very big, the rest of the funding that we are required, the demand for us to do more in terms of international partnerships, in terms of international investments, in terms of bringing market is becoming very important. We launch, for instance, green bond. We launch green sukuk. We launch also lately samurai bond. We are doing also SDG bond. We establish two financing agency, one under the Ministry of Finance, specifically on climate change financing fund. We'll take loan, we'll take bond, but also we have another financing under Bappenas, Ministry of Agency, specifically for grant. So that is where we are now. That is the emission that we have, and that is the funding that we need, and these are the steps that we are taking. Now, relevant to the discussions coming up in a minute, and also the discussion in general, then how we are going to transform our industry into a greener industry. We, Indonesia, as a member of what they call the Climate Club, is an organizations, an informal organizations. The idea came from Germany. Indonesia and many other countries are part of it. So we are looking at steel and cement and decarbonization in different parts of our supply chain and our industry. So with that, then the thinking is that, for instance, in terms of steel, how do we provide cleaner, less emitting steel productions? What kind of technology do we need? What kind of energy supply? What kind of technology for the furnace, for instance? So those are those things that we are discussing at the Climate Club, because what we believe in Indonesia is that what we need to reduce is the emissions. Because when we have discussions, we always have a discussion which is more ideological and political. We want to have a green industry. Yeah, what do you mean by green? Right? We need to have something green, or we need to have something that is less emitting. Because then when you talk about green, it becomes religions. Some people have a religious idea of being green, yeah. But the underlying issue for us is to how to reduce emission as much as possible. Not necessarily green or blue or brown. There are tools. So the challenge that we have is huge. Financing, technology. So we hope that in the discussion today, there will be some recommendation coming up for governments in Jakarta, and also for us, embassy in Berlin. What can we do in Berlin to help establish a cooperation, partnerships on this particular subject. And if any of you colleague from Europe, from Germany, want to also discuss with us, I have my head of economic team, Andri. You can contact him, and also then we can have discussions with us in how we organize a cooperation that will bring about or contribute positively on lesser emission of our industry. So thank you very much once again. I hope the discussion will be fruitful and give a very, very concrete input for us. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank.
Terima kasih Bapak Dubes. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for opening our afternoon session with an opening speech. Now we'll go to our next session, how digital twins are driving sustainable business. I will invite Professor Bayu Jayawardana, Program Leader of Digital Twin Perspective Program and Director of Engineering Groningen. Please join us at Vorno. And I also invite Cyril Vauvel, Director of Platform Strategy and Ecosystem at Autodesk. Thank you for joining us today. And this very session will be moderated by Sharif Riyadi, Founder and CTO at ECADIN. So, Sharif, the time and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to this session in the afternoon in Indonesian Pavilion with ECADIN here in Indonesian Ministry of Industry. So to give you a bit of introduction on digital twin, I think most of you know what digital twin is. It's a technology that is a process of using data streams to create digital representation. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because we have the experts here. Representation of a real-world asset to improve collaboration, information access, and decision-making. And to me personally, because my daily activities in engineering world, more particularly in semiconductor industry as well, I feel digital twin is a great tool, is a powerful tool. Because with advanced modeling and the feedback that you get from the field, the data feedback, you can improve engineering. You can do continuous improvement on engineering and new designs and everything. So with this session, I would like to give our first floor to Professor Bayu Jayawardana to give your talk. All right, so can I have the pointer, or is it possible that I click around so that to make it easier for me to present as well my story? So before I'm telling about my story, let me try to introduce myself. I'm Bayu Jayawardana, currently the Director of Engineering at the Faculty of Science and Engineering, University of Groningen. And I'm also the Scientific Director of my institute, as well as the Scientific Director for Dutch Institute for Systems Control. So what I'm going to tell you right now is about our ongoing program, which is going to end next year. And this program is about digital twin. And what Sharif has mentioned just now, it is perfectly fitting very well with our program, primarily because our concept of digital twin, as the title can be seen there, that it is actually an acronym of very long title. And in this long title, we combine two important things: data-driven and model-based. So that is appearing in the title. And that's precisely our concept of digital twin. Now, in order to give you a bit of flavor what it is, it doesn't work. Oh, I know. Probably on. No, I'm going to go back. Can you go back to the beginning? All right, so let me try to, could you go to the second slide, please? I think this is already made in the PDF. This is a bit unfortunate. Is this looping? Can someone help me here? Slide number 2. Slide number 2. Sorry, there's a bit of glitch here. 9. Okay, good. So this is basically the way we see the value chain. So from a value chain, as my colleague will mention later about the product design, we typically start from a product concept, and a product concept goes along with it a digital twin of the product that we would like to develop. And from there, we can go to the model-based engineering design, and there is also the digital twin of it. And once the engineers are happy about the design that they are having based on the model, they can go to the production systems, and there is also digital twin of the manufacturing. And then it goes to the distribution system. There is also digital twin of the logistics. And when it comes to the customer on the rightmost, then there is also digital twin in order to monitor how the product is being used by the customer. And in our design, we try to see how can we put data back to the whole process. So basically, we would like to see how data can stream from the final product back to the model-based engineering design or back to the product concept, primarily because it will deliver value to the whole value chain. Particularly, we think that it could actually accelerate time to market, because if we are able to learn how the customer is using the product, then we can improve the product before it is being launched. And it is also allowing us to have zero design time on zero programming of your product as well. And not only that, by combining all data to the productions process, we can also have zero defect, zero waste, and zero lead time that allows us to have more sustainable way in manufacturing items. And finally, if we combine data and the product at the final customer, then you allow yourself to design a way to maintain the product. So that is called typically now predictive maintenance, but in this case, we can also do a prescriptive maintenance. So that means how can you prescribe to operate your systems in order to extend the lifetime and at the same time allow you to plan the planning of the maintenance in the future. So this requires two elements. The first one is on the software, and the second one is algorithms. And in our program, we develop both of them, both the software as well as the algorithms. And let me try to tell you one of the use case that is being developed in our program, and that is on the HYSANA process. So this is the productions of iron liquid pig for steel production. This is one of the most process that emit a lot of carbon dioxide. And with this HYSANA, there is promise that it can reduce the carbon dioxide emissions by 50%. But the problem with this process that it is highly complex, and at the same time, they would like to maintain the safety of the whole process. So how do they do that? So they do that by building model, but building model is very expensive. So now the question is, if you are going to do with a model-based algorithms, then because it is very complex to develop, it may result into using a very simple model, and then at the end will lead to some failure in the process, as the movie has shown you. But if you are going to use AI, we cannot yet guarantee the safety of the whole process. And this is, remember, steel industry is one of the most conservative industry in the world. They wanted to have safety as one of the critical aspects. And that is precisely the question that we'd like to ask. How can we combine model-based and data-driven to get into a better digital twin that allows us to make decisions? And this is what we have achieved for the past 4 years. We are able to have a way to have a continuous improvement and learning of the models, and we allow to have mechanisms to enable us to have an autonomous product and process design cycle, and particularly importantly in the manufacturing process, how can we allow for automatic reconfigurations of the whole process. These are some of the breakthrough that we have made for the past years. Primarily, we divided into two parts. The first part is more on the development of digital twin, and the last two are related to the way they are being used in decisions-making process. Now, when we take a look into what is the impact to the Dutch high-tech systems, I use this important graph coming from the Dutch Statistics Agency, which shows actually the value creations in Netherlands are primarily driven by the top one, and that is on the machinery. So in fact, Dutch relies heavily on the machinery to generate income, and also on the metal and metal products, which is the fourth one. The natural gas, we do not produce gas anymore. And the third one and the fourth one is something that we are not dealing in our program. And these are the partners that are working with us. As you can see, we work with Tata Steel, Philips, SMPT, Airborne, Canon, OC, SML, and also with some of the service providers that you can also see in the High Holland Tech stage as well. Now with that, I think I would like to close my presentations by saying that our program has allowed us to address two significant challenges, and that is basically how can we combine model and AI. With that, I would like to return the floor to you, Sharif.
Thank you very much, Bayu. Please keep your questions, because next I would like to invite Cyril. Apologies that I forgot to introduce yourself, Bayu. Should have done that. I will introduce Cyril first before I give the mic to you, Cyril. Cyril has been more than 30 years working in digitalization, digital platforms. And since this January, please correct me if I'm wrong, he's been the director of platform strategy and ecosystem at Autodesk, right? Correct? And with this, I would like to give you the floor to give your presentation.
Thank you. Before we start, we'll play a very little game, which I already played with some students. Important. If you don't know Autodesk, please raise your hand. Oh, I'm lucky. Many people know me. The second question I would have asked is, if you know AutoCAD, shut down your hand, because AutoCAD is a product, but most of the people know the product, not the company. So who is Autodesk? Autodesk is a software company who operate into the design on make software industry. We develop software to help engineers, architects, and other people to create buildings, infrastructure, any mechanical goods that you ship to your customers later. So now let's start with a presentation. As I'm going to jump into my presentation, I want to come back to the definition you gave. Very academic definition, very well defined. Personally, I always start saying, I don't know what is a digital twin, because it depends what you want to do with it. On why you want to do it is even more important. So today I'm going to go through the why you want a digital twin, and I finish with the what, how you implement it. Okay, so let's start with my presentation. So we are in an unprecedented time in history where with climate change, resource shortage, social tensions, on population growth, we have many challenges to solve, and challenge that we never seen before. So how we're going to do this is a big question. If you take the example of the population growth, what does it mean? We're going to need 4,000 more buildings per day in the next 25 years, just to host our people in homes. And if you build home, you need the infrastructure with it. You need the goods with it. So that will be a very big challenge that no generation have seen before. And if you want to keep this unstable, you need to approach it different ways. Okay, where do you press? Oh, button. So the ambassador, when he started, said, you know, what costs the most is power. This is exactly true. If you look at construction, 27% of the CO2 emission, global emissions through the world, is coming from how you power buildings. The 13% left are how you inject power materials to create those buildings. So 40%, it's huge. How can you reduce this to the target, which is net zero carbon? What's good in the current state is that when we did survey our customer, 89% of the global leaders believe that sustainability is a target for their business. It's important for them. So we need to help them achieving their goals. And this is what we're going to see together. But before that, let's step back to the Paris Olympics. Paris Olympics will have billions of viewers in the next couple of weeks. And you'll see athletes representing the nation and hopefully bring medals to home, and you'll enjoy all the show. But let's step back a minute and look at the landfills, stadiums, fields, constructions, infrastructure, Paris landscape itself, how much energy, how much CO2 emission you produce to make these Olympic Games. The organizer of these Olympic Games in Paris said they wanted to have 50% less carbon emission than any other games in the past. And they're close to achieve that goal. So how did they do this? So, as I said, they want 50% less CO2 emission, but they would do it by choosing renewable energy whenever they can. They would plan for second life buildings. Nothing new, but the way they did it is new. It's from the planning to the construction to the operation, and usually renovation before you go to what usually people call demolition, but I prefer calling it deconstruction, because this is how you would recycle materials on everything. And then adapt existing infrastructure to your needs rather than building new buildings. Here is an example. So an architect, I think is in Norway, as far as I remember, they designed the athletes village from scratch. And the way they did it is very important because the traditional way is very sparse and disconnected. You have the architect, let's say, doing the design, and then the handover to the construction and planning is sparse because the architect usually doesn't give all the information. And then construction company has to rebuild everything from scratch. And when they do the handover to the owner, same thing happens. They only give the required materials, documents. They don't give everything to the owner, etc., etc. We want to break this siloed organization. What you want is that the data flows from the planning, from the design, the construction, operation, and ultimately deconstruction. So we also look internally how we do things. You know, software industry usually doesn't create a lot of waste, doesn't create a lot of inefficiencies, but we have to acknowledge ourselves that running software has a cost. So it's not only about advising our customers how to do things, we also look in, make things better, more efficient, and in a sustainability approach. However, if you ask the same people who are convinced sustainability is important for their business in future, 70% of them believe that there's no tools, no software doing this. And I'm here to tell you they're actually wrong. We have softwares to do simulation. And Bayu already explained you that he's working on it. So there are solutions around. It's just that we need to break the way we think. We need to break the way we operate. And we need to innovate in the way we want people to work together. And the key word is collaboration. We want to collaborate on projects. We want to collaborate on building data, and we want to understand this data. So usually I would state sensibility is a local data problem. Don't think globally. Building a house in Indonesia is completely different than building a house in France, from where I come. You need to think differently, but the processes, the experience could be shared as a collaboration approach to sensibility. So what is important before I jump to the digital twin part is you need to have the data connected. So not only for IoT, but also for how the data move from one organization to another one. You need connected teams because you may have people in different countries, in different offices, but even in the same company, you need to share data to make things efficient, to really understand what's happening behind the scene. And you need connected workflows, which means that the construction site understands what happens in the planning site, etc. So there are sensibility solutions. You just need to use them and improve them, like Bayou is doing. So let's take a look to digital twin now. I told you I don't know what it is. Well, actually, I know what it is. I'm working on it every day. But I really want to emphasize something very important, that if you look at the whole process for running a building, here is a screen. You know, you have everything on it. It's huge. Don't do it alone. There's too much information there. But it goes, you know, you need to think globally from planning to deconstruction. That's very important. And it's a cycle. Renovation, you need to rethink how you do things. Better insights is the outcome you'll get from a digital twin. Understand what happens. Then you can start optimizing these assets and finally reuse that knowledge. That's almost my final slide before I go for the feature. This is the different data type you have on one side. And this is the maturity of your digital twin. Today, what we see is mostly descriptive and informative twins. This is what people do. That's easy. You just need to connect the data. Next step, as Bayou said, you need to go to predictive twin. You need to do comprehensive twin, and you need to have autonomous twin. Autonomous twin, you see where I'm going ahead, which is feature, and very important is you need data, a lot of data, because that would fuel artificial intelligence engines. That's why you need the connected data. And as you qualify the data, this is where you can start doing better insights. You can get better predictive information about your assets on your digital twin. In the end, many people are very scared about AI. They believe AI can make decisions. Let me clear that path very quickly. An AI never makes decision. It understands data only if you teach him how to understand data, and it can eventually not take decision, but take your decision in action. That means you already said what are the criteria to execute something. So an AI is very stupid. It can't make a decision. You need to remember that. It only takes a decision on your behalf when you have clearly defined how to take that decision. The best example is Tesla. When does a car need to brake? Think about it. Where it only sees photo, not objects. So you need to teach Tesla how to recognize first it's a car or a human or a bicycle that you don't want to hit. And should I brake or not? That's a decision to take, but it's a human taking the decision. In the past, for what happened in the present. So remember, a machine never take a decision. You do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk, Cyril and Professor Bayu. Now I would like to give the floor to our audience. If you have some questions, feel free to, yeah.
Thank you, Pak Cyril. Thank you for your explanation, especially the last one. Yeah. So AI, a machine that cannot make decision, but we teach them to make decision. Does it mean that we can design that decision in a bad decision or good decision depends on us making all the what the necessary requirements to take action if something happens? So how do we make that kind of inputs to select that we never make input in order to that the machine make the bad decision? So how do we can select them? Thank you.
I would need the help from Bayu, but let me start. From an AI perspective, there's no good or bad decision. It's a decision based on parameters, okay? So you design what is good or bad. And the most important thing is you need a critical mass of data, but you need to qualify that data. Most of the data you have is probably not qualified, meaning that it has information, but it's very hard to understand it.
Okay.
So you need to go through this data, qualify the data before you ingest it into the AI. And then you use these parameters to eventually get insights, predictive decisions.
I think I'd like to add here that typically people exaggerating on the power of AI.
Thank you.
So if we use our brain as the real AI, we have to go back to the prehistoric time when our brain should be smart, right? And then we look into the sky, we see star orbiting around, but then they still do not know what is star and how the star orbiting the Earth, why star is moving from here and there. So we have to realize that we need to use still physical model, physical interpretation. Physics is still important. So now people typically tend to be lazy. So they don't want to go into physics. They just say, okay, AI, can you make us decisions for us? Then that's a bad choice. The good choice will be combine physics-based. And then if there's something that is still uncertain, then you can rely on using AI with the hope that when we have more knowledge about it, then we can remove the AI, then replace it with the more physics-based model. I think that's just my additions.
I do agree. An AI, consider always an AI as an assistant. That's why I say co-working on my last slide.
Yeah, okay.
It only can give you suggestions, but you still make the final decision. Because let's say if I use generative AI, I would run machines to
in the middle,
run,
maybe?
let's say, 1,000 millions of different options.
Thank you.
And then the AI will present you, let's say, the 10 best, but the AI doesn't know if there's a 10 best. They're based on the parameters you give in, and you still have to make the decision. And this is where the physics is important, because you can only make that cut, saying, yes, this one makes sense, and I'll take this one. Everything else was probably jerk.
I'm glad that I did my PhD in physics then. All right. More questions? How much time do we have? Can I throw one question? How much time do we have? 1 minute? Maybe one quick question. Is it true that there are some industries that are really advanced in digital twin implementation and they are really behind? And can you tell us which industries are the least in implementing digital twin technology?
So I would say in the AC industry, for the operating side, they have quite advanced digital twin. There's plenty of companies today running facilities, but again, it's just a very small segment of the construction industry. I also know in manufacturing, there is a Swiss company running CNC machines. They have good digital twin where for operating on maintenance, again, they have a solution. So for here, I think in that segment, they're quite advanced. But we still have a long way to go on when you want to understand how you can improve your models, your operation for sensibility targets. This is where there is no solution today. There's tools, not solutions.
I think I'd like to add as well to what Cyril has mentioned. There are plenty of industry that are still not using digital twin. And I'm not going to go through those because that's not the future. And if we take a look to the future, I think it's already appearing in Europe that we will have digital passport. We will have many products should have digital representations of it. And that is where we should prepare ourselves. And we should prepare it in a way that the industry can collaborate, like what Cyril has mentioned, and leading to better life in the future. So I think that's conclude my probably comment.
I want to highlight something that you said multiple times and I did not say, but now I'm going to. The physics part, the digital representation of the model is very important for people to understand the context where they can make improvements. Usually this is where Autodesk can help because our software does a physical design, a virtual design of anything. And then you need this design to have the context to understand the data. That the human brain needs to have a context to understand from where the data is coming, to make sense of it. So thank you, Bayu.
Thank you very much, Cyril and Bayu. With this, I would like to close this session and we'll move on to the next session. And thank you again for your contribution to the talk. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you.
Just stay at our stage. Join us at our stage for one more minute. We are going to take a photo of the station. I invite Mr. Moderator Sharif to join us at the stage and also Professor Bayu. Would you please to stay with us? And I will also invite Ibu Chandra Sutama, COO of ECADIN, to join us on the stage for a photo session. Join us for the photo session. Maybe take one step to the left. Check. One more time. That will conclude the first session of our afternoon session of Business Forum. Still at our Business Forum, Forging Smart and Sustainable Future. At our Indonesian Pavilion, still at Hannover Messe, supported by Ministry of Industry and sponsored by Pertamina Persero. After this, we will still have some exciting discussions about fuels of the future. That will be the second session of our Business Forum. I invite Bapak Rifas Yahan, President Director of PT Pertamina Patraniaga, to join us at the stage. Let's give some appreciation for Mr. Rifas Yahan. Terima kasih, Bapak. I'll invite also Mr. Eirik Melo, Director of LNG, Hydrogen and CCUS, Norwegian Energy Partner. We'll give some appreciation for Mr. Eirik Melo. And lastly, I will invite Madam Eva Peterling, Department Head of Climate Emission Reduction at TUV NORD, at TUV NORD. Still moderated by the founder and CTO of ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, Sharif Riyadi, for this session. The time and opportunity is yours.
Thank you very much, audience. Welcome again to our next session. Right now it's about the fuel of future. Now we have Bapak Rifa Siahaan. Pak Rifa Siahaan has been President Director or CEO of Pertamina Patraniaga. Pertamina Patraniaga is a commercial and trading subholding company of Pertamina Ecosystem. Please correct me, Pak Rifa. And on the second session, we have Mr. Eric Melan. He is the Director of LNG, Hydrogen, and CCUS in the Norwegian Energy Partners. And on the third talk, we will have Eva Peterling, Department Head, Climate Emission Reduction at TUV NORD. I would like to give my floor to Pak Rifa Siahaan to start your presentation.
Thank you very much.
No, not yet.
Oops.
Maybe.
Test. Well, it sounds like I'm becoming the MC for the whole event. so, okay. Thank you very much. First of all, again, I would like to say thank you to ECADIN and Ministry of Industry, and for the opportunity given to us to present and inform all of you in regards to what we are doing in Pertamina, especially in our subholding, Pertamina Patraniaga, subholding commercial and trading. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, this morning our CEO, our group CEO, Ibu Nika, had already explained about the divisions of Pertamina Group to become 6 subholdings. So these 6 subholdings actually has separate and different tasks and assignment to support the business strategy of Pertamina. And if we are talking about supporting business strategy of Pertamina, of course, it's also support our government policy and government objective to reach the net zero emission in 2060. So next. Okay, this is about Pertamina, and these 6 subholdings consist of Pertamina Upstream. Downstream, we have Pertamina Patraniaga, which is my subholdings, and then also Integrated Marine and Logistics. The CEO is also here with us, and later on he's going to say something about CCS and CCUS strategy, and also refinery, gas for natural gas, and new and renewable energy. So from the name itself, it already reflects the task and assignment of each subholdings. And for Pertamina Patraniaga, the reason why it's very important to me, to us actually, to mention about what we are doing in supporting this strategy, because Pertamina Patraniaga as subholding commercial and trading is one of the subholding that is affected and then impacted due to the strategy of doing clean fuel strategy, due to the carbon neutrality. So that's why it's very important for us to give information about what we are doing. Next. Speaking of Indonesia, Indonesia plays very important role in the region because we have almost 280 million populations. And then if we can capture about the emissions in Indonesia, 24% is coming from transportation. And then if we can go to Jakarta, which is the capital city of Indonesia, 44% of the population is coming from transportations. This is important. Why I'm focusing on this transportation? Because Pertamina Patraniaga, the subholding commercial and trading, we do business in making sure that the energy is, distributed from eastern part of Indonesia, from western part to Indonesia to eastern part of Indonesia. And then the biggest volume in our business is related to transportation. And then the second big volume in Pertamina Patraniaga business is of course the fuel as well, but it's for industry. And then we have also business in petrochemical. And one of our tests is also to balance the requirement for domestic. So we can do balance import or balance export. And looking at this picture about Indonesia, there are a lot of strategy that Indonesia is trying to do in 2050. If we take 2050 as the mark, if we want to check what is going on. So in coal itself, we plan to reduce the usage of coal from 30% to 14%. And then for the hydrogen, later on I will explain a little bit about what we are doing in this hydrogen, is to increase the usage and the distribution and the commercialization of hydrogen from 0% to 2% in 2050. And if we make an average, the plan of Indonesia through Pertamina that going to support in this energy transition, we are going to switch and then to increase the mix of energy, the clean energy from 9.2% nowadays to 17.7% in 2030. So before we go to this 2050. Next. And in Pertamina, so if we are talking about Pertamina as a whole, there are 8 strategies in Pertamina. The first one is the green refinery. The second one is the bioenergy or biofuel. The third one is new and renewable energy, which is solar, wind, and economical carbon, the circular carbon economy, which is the CCUS and CCS. And the fifth one is geothermal, hydrogen, battery EV, and also gasifications. So out of these 8 strategy or pillars in Pertamina, there are 4 really related to Pertamina Patraniaga, the subholding, commercial, and trading. So that's why just now when we've been interviewed with Ibu Nika and Pak Yoki about why Ibu Nika asked Pak Rifa and Pak Yoki to come to Hannover Messe instead of other subholdings. But this is one of the reasons, because first of all, for Pertamina Patraniaga, we are the one who got the most impact on this. And we really want to know and educate the market and the people in Indonesia how we can cope with the situation and to balance so it become the net zero in 2060. So this is one of the reason. So out of these 8, next, 4 of them that really close to Pertamina Patraniaga business, subholding, commercial, and trading. The first one is electrifications. So through electrifications, we develop cooperation and join with companies to develop the battery packaging for 2-wheelers. And then the second thing in battery, we are also using our network, our gas stations, to place the swapping station to support the 2-wheelers battery operated. And this we located this swapping station in most of areas in Jakarta, Jawa Timur, in East Java, and Bali. And the next thing is the low carbon fuels. And for low carbon fuels, Pertamina Patraniaga, currently we have distributed biofuel since 2015, which is the biogas oil. Now, the mix of a biofuel itself, it's already B35. And then in 2023, we have reduced the emission based on the data and information, also calculation that we were doing, we have been able to reduce 32.7 million CO2 in 2023 itself when we increase the 30% biofuel to 35%. And then implementation of bioethanol. This bioethanol, Pertamina started to distribute the Pertamax Green. We call Pertamax Green, which consists of 5% ethanol in Jakarta, started last year in July 2023. And this is start very small because we would actually, the reason why we launched this product, because we want to be able to become the first that introduce this green product or clean product to the market in Indonesia. And in 2023 itself, we have distributed to 17 gas stations in Surabaya, East Java, and Jakarta. And it will be increased to 100 in 2024, both in Jakarta and Surabaya. And then aside from that, for sustainable aviation fuel, we are together with one of the state-owned enterprise whose business is airlines, Garuda Indonesia, to do flight tests back in 2023 using 2.4% SAF. This SAF is actually still undergo process of development because later on in 2026, our refinery will be able to produce SAF using the HEVA method, the pathways, with the feedstock using UCO. But the one that we use for flight testing is the one that we produce by using co-processing using the palm-based feedstock. So next, and the development of hydrogen ecosystem. Pertamina also would like to become the first in Indonesia by opening and then build the new gas stations for hydrogen that will, it's located in nearby the airport in northern part of Jakarta. And then it's expected to be operated in Q3 2024 between August and September. So this is the collaboration that we are doing between Pertamina Patraniaga, the subholding commercial and trading, and Pertamina New and Renewable Energy. And we are also working with Toyota for this project. And for petrochemical, of course, we are going to increase and then to become the major shareholder as well in Indonesia in domestic market. Next. So these are the four strategy. I mean, the main strategy in switching from the fossil fuel to biofuel. This implementation of B35, now we have already reached 51.4 million starting 2015. And then for SAF, now we are still in the process of doing the gap analysis for our production facilities, and then plan to fulfill the gap in July 2024. And then hopefully by end of 2024, we can get the certification from ICSS and Corsia. And this is the E5 bioethanol. We plan to be able to distribute 10% ethanol for both product Pertamax Green 95 or Pertamax Green 95 and Pertamax Green 92. For your information, this Pertamax Green 92 is the most consumed volume in Indonesia, the non-subsidized one. So if we plan to mix 10% with this volume for Pertamax, so we will reach a bigger and then higher reduction of emissions in 2026. And this is the hydrogen, because we plan to have a 7 in 2030 for the gas stations. And this development also will continue after 2040. Next. The challenge is, we know that growing energy and need for energy security, but we are trying to become the first, as we are the state-owned enterprise that holds the assignment from our government to ensure the distribution and the fulfillment of energy requirement in domestic. And then wide range of customer readiness, we try to differentiate by using and then offer a solution based on the requirements from them. not only in the retail sector, but also in industrial. Because we have also program that called Pertamina One Solutions, which offers a lot of solutions that maybe can use by the industry, especially to reduce and net their consumption. And utilizing Pertamina Patra Niaga network to reduce the cost for our customers. And then last but not least is the complexity and then the multifaceted interest from the customer. We are trying to work together with other subholdings of Pertamina, because since we have different tasks, we have different capability. So I think it will be better if we can work together with the other subholdings. So last but not least, I also would like to mention that it's really important to switch and then to change the behavior of the people of Indonesia. So that's why we are trying to use the law of changing behavior. The first one, it has to be obvious. The second one, it has to be interesting, and it has to be easy. And then the last thing is it has to be satisfying. So in this process, we have to review and then keep informing the partner, the stakeholders about what we have achieved, so they can manage and then they know that they have achieved something. So it's part of the satisfying. Thank you so much. Hopefully this can give information and we can discuss later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pak Rifasyan. Now I'd like to give the floor to Eric Mellan from Norwegian
Norwegian Energy Partner.
Norwegian Energy Partner, sorry.
Thank you. May I have a clicker? And may I stay? So if you sit here, I can stay on this side. Is that okay? I don't need that. Is it working or? Is it working? So testing. So shall I use this? Do you use this? Is it working? Okay. So let's see how this works. So you take the first slide, or? I could start. So my name is Eirik Mellon. I'm from Norwegian Energy Partner, NORREP. We are a non-profit organization funded by the government, the Minister of Energy in Norway, and also 340 partners. And partners are small and big companies. Let's see. Yes. So we have very big, important organization behind us in Norway, including 3 ministries. And we are also, our main task is to support Norwegian export industry, working with energy. And we do that, we connect them, the Norwegian company, to international opportunities. And hopefully they get contract internationally, and in that way create job in Norway. So what we do, we are mapping the competence of Norwegian company, try to understand what they want to offer to market and what are their ambition. And when we connect them internationally with our energy advisors sitting around the world, we have about 25 energy advisors. And we arrange about 100 events every year. If you look at the Norwegian hydrogen policy, so my presentation will be about what happened in Norway on the hydrogen side. The government want to establish in parallel production, distribution, and also usage of hydrogen. They want to produce hydrogen locally for filling the demand in Norway, and in that way also reduce emission in Norway. They want to use hydrogen in the different sector, like marine, transportation, industry, and such thing. And they want to contribute to develop the hydrogen market in Europe, and hopefully also produce hydrogen in Norway and export it to Europe and also the rest of the world. And we want to facilitate the production of blue hydrogen in Norway. And the keyword are low emission, safety regulation, cost, and value creation. Norway has a very long history with hydrogen. We started with the ammonia in 1905 for fertilizer industry, and we got our first electrolyzer in end of 1920. And that was with the company Norsk Hydro, and NEL electrolyzer is a spin-off of this here. And the reason is why this happened in Norway is we have a lot of hydropower. 98% of our electricity is from renewable sector. So, what do Norway want to do? I want to produce hydrogen from fossil or from hydrocarbons. I want to produce hydrogen from renewable. We want to export it as energy, both hydrogen derivatives, and also e-fuel. And we are building a lot of competence, and we want to export the competence and technology. And we want to work with the end users, so we create a demand. So Norway has a lot of strategic partnership for energy supply and decarbonization. And a very important one is what we have from between RWE and Equinor. We supply a lot of gas with pipelines from Norway to Europe. Maybe we cover nearly 30% of gas demand in Europe today. And hopefully in the future, we could replace that with piping going from Norway to Europe with hydrogen. And it could also be production of hydrogen along the pipeline with offshore wind, hydrogen production, and it could be sent into a pipeline. And we also try to work together with Europe how to create the demand for hydrogen. To get the price down on hydrogen, you need to create a demand, so you need to scale up. Norwegian Hydrogen Forum has calculated that it was about 180 hydrogen projects in Norway end of 2023. And large part of is research and development. It's test plant, prototype, but we also have large number of production plant, technology developer, and also consumption end users. And it's spread along the coast. If you look at how the hydrogen will be produced in 2025, we will produce about hydrogen from 700 megawatt. Most of it is renewable. But if you go to 2030, it will be produced about 12,000 megawatt of hydrogen, and it's split between renewable and low carbon hydrogen based on natural gas. And today it's 29 projects looking at this. Some are in operation, some are on the PowerPoint, but it's a lot of activities here. And we also hope to create more jobs in the future on hydrogen. To show you some facilities here. Two projects, one is called Stord, one at Kaupanes. Each of them are producing 140 ton pressurized hydrogen today. It's not a big amount, but it's a good start. It's container-based, and it's also green hydrogen. And the hydrogen from this plant is used as a test facility where you could test engine, for example, where they do that, to test how hydrogen is working in the engine. We have another project, H2 production. They produce 1 ton of hydrogen each day. That's blue hydrogen. It's based on a technology from Seg Power, and it's integrated. It produces hydrogen and captures the CO2, and the CO2 can be stored on CO2 storage project called Northern Light we have in Norway. And another one is Yara. They have a project where they will produce 20,000 ton hydrogen or ammonia each year, but replaced an emission of 41,000 ton CO2 each year. So it's a lot of activities. If you go to the next one, We have a steel production. They will replace the coal with hydrogen, and then they reduce emission by 235,000 tons each year. So instead of using coal, they will use hydrogen as a reducing agent. Another company is looking at pyrolysis. They have methane pyrolysis. They split the methane into carbon, hydrogen, and you don't get any CO2 emission at all, but you get a lot of carbon that could be used for soil improvement. It could be used in the industry. And that will be started a test plant next year. We also have something called Nordic Electrofuel. That's a company that produces sustainable aviation fuel that could be used for several places. And that will not have a high capacity, but it's 8,000 tons each year. So it's a lot of smaller test plants around. Last slide, I will also mention marine activities. Very early when the Norwegian government started had a limitation on emission on NOx, SOx, CO2 in Norway 25 years ago. And then the ship owner operating locally had to switch to LNG. We got the first LNG ferry in 2000. We built up an infrastructure for LNG at that time. And we hope to do that the same with hydrogen and ammonia. And we also get a lot of hybrid solution for a vessel, combustion engine, battery, and such things. And we got our first electrical ferry 2015. We got our first ferry operating on hydrogen in 2022. And we have now a bulk ship operating with hydrogen in Oslofjord. And it's just signed a new contract for the largest ferry that will be operating in Norway from 2026, that will operate on hydrogen produced locally. And a very interesting thing is in 2003, this vessel was retrofitted to LNG. Now it will be retrofitted to ammonia, and that will be operating next year. And a lot of new vessels now will look at different type of fuel, ammonia, methanol, hybrid solution, electricity, biofuel. And if you look at the new contract on vessel now, they are all quite often ammonia ready, methanol ready. So it's a lot of things going on in this sector. Yeah, thanks. I think I use maybe
I can click myself or how?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Eric.
Guy who's
I'd like to give the floor to
those are the guys, right? Okay.
Okay.
So you just
Do you start my presentation?
okay.
I think this is already working. Okay, talking about trading hydrogen and developing hydrogen, I think certification is a very important part of this world.
Yes, exactly.
So that's why I'm presenting
Connect.
certification for renewable hydrogen. We're not talking about green hydrogen because there are too many different terms around. So we're talking about renewable hydrogen as it is claimed in the Renewable Energy Directive. So briefly, for myself, if
Ja,
I'm
jeg så
telling
det. Jeg
I'm
visste det
working
ikke selv,
for
for jeg kom
DEFRA
egentlig bare
Cert,
for
which
det
is the
her.
certification branch of
Men
the
jeg så vi hadde noen, hadde en liten del i et hjørne på hver, men det var på andre siden av dere.
My
Så
special
jeg var
topics
borte.
are the EU ETS, the
Det er
European
jo ikke
Emissions Trading
helt vår
Scheme,
messe,
and also
egentlig.
international climate projects. And hydrogen is the new baby that has been developed in the past 2-3 years as a certification topic. Before that, I think certification always is the last thing you think about, because once you have production, you have to have certification, and then certification always comes at the end of the product chain. So briefly about TUV, we are active in 40 countries, including Indonesia. We have a quite large subsidiary in Nord, Indonesia. We have around 50,000 certificates with 3,000 auditors worldwide. So you see that it's a quite large entity. Oh,
Den her
they
er på
have not
høytrykkskraft.
written the presentation, so that's the long one.
Den
That
leverte
is,
2 foredling E
so that
til
part
Fortress Energy.
we're talking about in
Og så før det
our
igjen så leverte
sustainability
den
department, so
Stiklass, som er en
sustainable supply chain,
enhet. Da.
go quickly.
Så de er jo, de 3 siste er ganske
Climate
like.
emission reduction, that's
Men
my part.
det er jo alltid noen tilpasninger.
Management system
Å gjøre.
for energy
Det er
and
jo det.
environment.
Men
Carbon
tror dere gjør all
traceability, so that's all the things we're covering.
Det er litt forskjellige steder. Men
Carbon traceability, part of this department is the renewable hydrogen.
Ja,
And we have developed a label
det er
called the
Wilhelmshaven.
TUV
Det er
NORD
ganske mye av det i
label,
Larvik.
which is compliant to the Renewable Energy Directive.
På et mekanisk verksted der.
You see hydrogen,
Og
the
så er
picture is
det
colorful, so we have so many different colors of
så er det sånn at
hydrogen.
slangen er i
We are
Nederland.
concentrating on the
Tromsø var i Nederland.
green one.
Den første bygde var
Green one,
på
renewable one.
verftet
On the
Brevik.
top, on
Trosvik.
the right side, yes.
Så, men det er jo en anbudsprosess hver gang, da.
Okay, so we have
Men vi prøver jo,
established a special
så det var det
entity
gjort
within
i Norge,
TUV NORD
det
called the Hydro Hub,
Det var
and
ganske
they
bra
are
sånn
talking about all different parts of the
konkurranseutstyr.
hydrogen supply
Det er
chain.
vel gjort
So we're
av
talking about
kronekurs.
H2 readiness.
Ja, det er det. Ja, det er det.
We're talking about
Og så slipper du liksom for
second
oss, da,
line
sånn,
for the existing
fast
infrastructure,
track
so maybe for the
prosjekter,
pipeline from Norway to
skredskredelse,
Europe,
ny teknologi,
which is already used
ha
for gas.
nærheten til det, og liksom, ikke sant, så
Maybe
legge på
we have to build a new one,
og
maybe the
reise
old
og
one
ha
can be used.
team
That's not
annet sted
there,
og
that
sånne
has
ting,
to be
så det er
really
liksom,
studied
så
carefully.
det ikke være nede i Brevik,
And
Brevik, egentlig,
of
og
course,
kjøre til Rune.
we're talking about the sustainability of hydrogen.
Så,
So we have been looking at the different characteristics
men
of
nå er det jo, det er
conducting
jo,
technology at
vi har hatt i
transportation
Romania
infrastructure,
og i
the
Tyskland,
energy consumption for hydrogen,
forskjellige
the carbon footprint, and of
leverandører.
course, additional sustainability
Men hvordan ser
criteria.
markedet
So
fremover? Det
all
burde jo
this
være
has
gode
been taken
muligheter for
into
dere
account.
nå fremover.
Develop
Jeg
a
føler jo,
certificate
det går ikke moten
that
enda.
Nei, det gjør ikke det.
independently verified data
Og CO2 etter hvert.
Ja.
Har dere noe,
is used
har dere gjort noe
for the
prosjekt,
mandatory
altså noe
applications of
design,
hydrogen as
feasibility
described
studie på
under the Renewable Energy
CO2-ene, eller?
Directive,
Ja,
but
jeg har gjort noen
also for
fleksibilitetsstudier. Det første vi
voluntary
gjorde var i
use,
2015
like for
på
the
Oslo.
industry where it is not
Bremseprosjektet.
regulated
riktig.
Det sier litt, da.
yet.
Det er 9 år siden.
Ja.
Det er fortsatt ikke i gang.
Jeg er ikke sikker på hvem du kommer med en gang.
Nei, det er det.
So
Det tar tid. Nei, så vi har
the
gjort
driver for
litt
growth,
forskjellig på det.
we have
men,
different
det er jo klart, det er jo
entities
mange
in the
prosjekter som er
world
oppe og
developing ideas
ikke
on
på
how to
karbonpris ennå.
search
Men vi
for
tror at
hydrogen. So there are different
litt
standards
approachen vår
ongoing.
og de
I think the most
teknologiene vi har,
prominent one
passer
is
ganske
the
bra
Californian lower carbon
med
fuel
det vi
standard,
må få til i
which is
karbonpris, da.
quite
Så må vi
popular,
tenke
but also
det burde
China
være
and Japan are
god
talking about a new
løsning.
standard for hydrogen.
Det er ganske
Australia
mange som skal da
and
ha
in
en
Europe,
terminal.
we have
og
this
båter.
Renewable
Ja.
Energy Directive. We have actually
Det ser jo
currently
fristende ut med den
3
løsningen dere
standards
har.
that are applying to be
Nei,
acknowledged
altså,
by the
det
European
vi ser en
Union,
del er at
and
av de
we are still waiting
ganske store
for
volumer
their
må skippes ut
final
av
registration.
allerede
So right
havner
now
som
there's no standard
fully utilized i dag.
available that
og har
covers
litt
the
press, da.
mandatory
Det volumet
certification of
fra
hydrogen.
andre fuels replacer jo.
We're talking
Så-
about
Mens
the
karbonpris kommer
labels.
på toppen. Og det
So
var det.
we're talking
Det
about the
som
H2
da
readiness
blir
label,
det fort snakk om
which
ikke
is
sant,
the
hvor skal
label
vi liksom
for
utrede
the
kaiområdene
generation,
eller
storage,
gjøre et eller annet der, og da blir det
transportation
sånn
and use to be
både er
clear
for
that
bare
it is
CO2-utslippet fra
ready
vår
to
enhet
take
kontra
hydrogen.
bygget på
You know,
tradisjonell
hydrogen has some
er jo
specifics
veldig mye mindre.
compared to other gases. So there is,
Sprengte jo fjell.
it has to be
Kjørte
safe
70 000
and it has to
diesel
be
lastebiler med seg
efficient.
for å lage det.
So that's why we have developed this hydrogen
Ja,
ready
for sent.
label.
De var
Here we're
det var
talking about
allerede i gang,
the
på en måte.
different
Så var det for sent på den.
areas,
To
the
kan jo være et
electromagnetic
alternativ.
compatibility, the
Men,
pressure equipment directive.
Og så er det jo
We're talking about functional safety and management systems. We're talking about explosion protection, the machine directive, IT security, and also other things have influenced the development of this H2 readiness label. So there will be 3 different certificates coming out. One would be for the product, for a specific product, for the planning. So have a certificate of the design, planning and storage, and or have a certificate for the finalized project. So this was one label. The other label we call the certificate of renewable hydrogen. This is the one. Why do I have this twice? Okay, forget it. So the TUV NORD H2 label, that's a certificate for that is compliant with the Renewable energy directive under the category C. So category C is linked to an ISCC certificate compliant with RED II. Additionally, we have for the voluntary market, the category B, or for the additional sustainable hydrogen, we could have a label called category A. So clients can choose between all three, but to be honest, most people are looking at the category C, are looking at the mandatory one, because this is the one that is needed to import hydrogen to the European Union from any other places in the world. So this is how the label looks like. I think that's explanatory. Okay, so that was very brief. I think maybe you have more questions. Just a brief overview. I think hydrogen is now the word of the day and of the year. Wait and see is no strategy. So we have to do something, even though European Union is a bit slow in acknowledging the standards and developing and going forward. So I think we need to be on our own and work with the industry to see how we can move forward with renewable hydrogen and making our future more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Now I'd like to give the floor to the audience who's like to throw some questions.
No questions, that's easy.
Everything is clear.
Chandra?
Hello, I'm Chandra from Energy Academy Indonesia, and thank you, Eric, and also Eva, and for here today and sharing about the fuels of the future. Maybe, Eva, you have not convinced me enough that hydrogen is the thing now. So I still have some questions. What are the things that you see as the biggest challenge to make hydrogen the real thing? Like in the 5-10 years, what are the things that you see are the biggest hurdles and also the biggest opportunity for hydrogen to be the fuel of the day?
I think Riva will be the best person to answer this, because I think one point is definitely still the price and still the difficulty of hydrogen to easily substitute other gases, because it's much more aggressive and more difficult for the pipelines and the infrastructure to be used. So I'm only on the certification side. So talking about challenges of the ramp up of the market for hydrogen, I think we have somebody here.
Well, thank you so much, Eva and Bu Chandra. Hydrogen is one of the clean fuel that we are trying to offer to the market. Like I mentioned earlier, that biofuel, hydrogen, and also petrochemical is things that we develop in Pertamina at this moment to give options to the customers, and at the same time we are educating them, because as we know, the culture and behavior in Indonesia, it's a bit hard to change. So that's why we have to start slowly. And these hydrogen gas stations that we develop in Jakarta, we develop because we want to not only becoming the first, but we want to show to the market in Indonesia that there is this hydrogen that you can consider as the future fuels that can give cleaner emissions. And of course, this is investment for us, as there is none of hydrogen vehicle at this moment in Jakarta, but still we would like to introduce, and then we would like to be able to show that this is the future of fuels. So again, I mean, other than hydrogen, we also doing the battery, even though we understand that battery is not totally, clean at this moment because of the emission and the production of that battery itself. But
and
again,
the electricity.
Yeah.
So the question is, where's the electricity coming from for the battery
yeah.
and also for the hydrogen?
Yes.
So I think if we're talking sustainability, we need to talk about renewable energy to to produce the electricity.
But also,
Yours
it's
is not
working.
working.
It's working. Okay. I think the challenge is also the infrastructure. I mean, earlier we had petroleum, and now we had LNG. We used the 25 years to get LNG in the marine business. And now you had compressed hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, you have ammonia, you have so many type of new fuel. And if you have to make infrastructure for all of them around the world, it will take time, it will be very expensive. And in addition, you have the CO2 that maybe you will want to catch on each vessel. So you need to have also a system on the shore to handle that. Yeah. And it takes time to develop a different technology. Like for liquid hydrogen, you have to scale it up. If you want to replace 300-400 LNG carrier with transporting liquid hydrogen, you have a big task to do.
It is definitely a big task. To come back to your question, Chandra, I think it is a big task. We are still at the beginning, even though we're talking about hydrogen for so many years. I mean, since 1920 something.
Right. Mm.
So it has been here for a while, and it's used for the EU ETS as well, but it's still a long way to go until it is really, or people are really able to use hydrogen as an efficient way. So that's still, but we need to invest. We need companies like Pertamina or institutions to invest in the technologies, or governments to support this technology, because I do see the future of hydrogen, but still we are a long way to go.
And the price need to go down. I mean, the price is really the problem here. As long as the price is high, you don't get the producer. And when you have a chicken and egg story.
Right. Yeah. So the old fuels, the oil and gas, the carbon fuels, I think they need to be reduced. Prices need to be higher to be more efficient.
To balance it commercially.
To balance it commercially, yes. Thank you for the right word.
And probably one of the ways to push costs down is to create demand, right?
Yes.
With higher demands,
yes,
push down the cost.
You need to scale up.
That's why. That's what Pertamina is doing, educating people so that demand is growing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I think we need to move on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question, Chandra.
Can the speakers join me at the front for a photo session and token session? From the organizer, ECADIN, there will be some token of appreciation for this session, Fuels of the Future. I invite founder and CEO of ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, Desti Alcano, PhD, to give some token of appreciation. Yeah, we will be having the pictures after the token was given. Thank you all the distinguished guests for joining us until this session, Fuels of the Future. Still at Business Forum at Indonesia Pavilion, hosted by ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, supported by Ministry of Industry of Republic of Indonesia, and sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero. And lastly, one more token will be given by founder and CEO of ECADIN. We will be having one more photo together for all the speakers, the moderator, and also Madam CEO. Please give some appreciation for our speakers for Fuels of the Future. Thank you for joining us at our business forum. For all the distinguished speaker and guests, may you all please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us. The business forum is not ending yet. We are still have some important issues to talk, some interesting, some insightful speakers that we're having in our business forum. After this, we will have a discussion, decarbonizing industry through carbon capture and storage. I invite once more to all the guests, may you please take a seat to join our discussion forum at our afternoon forum. It will begin shortly. I invite once more, ladies and gentlemen, to take a seat, join us at our business forum at Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024, supported by Ministry of Industry. Okay, welcome back to our business forum, Forging Smart and Sustainable Industry. With us at Indonesia Pavilion at Hannover Messe 2024, hosted by ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia, supported by Ministry of Industry of Republic of Indonesia, and also sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero. For our next session, please allow me to invite our speaker for the next session. We will welcome Ms. Chandra Sutama, COO of ECADIN, to join us at the stage for our next session. Please take a seat. Thank you. Also inviting Bapak Yoki Fernandi, President Director of PT Pertamina International Shipping. Allow me to invite Morten Christoffersen, CEO of eConnect Energy, to join us at this forum. And lastly, allow me to invite Eric Matthias Sorhau, Head of CCUS Venture Energy System, DNV Maritime. This session will be moderated by Muhammad Shirik. Please give some appreciation for our speakers and moderator at today's forum. To Mr. Shirik, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So these sessions, as you may already know about the carbon capture and storage, it is a very important tool to reduce the emissions, to decarbonize our energy systems, in particular on the industrial sectors. For me personally, I'm very happy to moderating these events because I just remember that last year in October, I have a visit to Oslo and Bergen to see the Northern Light, and it is a very amazing about the CCS. So the sessions, we have also the speakers from Norway and also from Indonesia, which hopefully we can connecting more between Indonesia and Norway, in particularly for the carbon capture storage. But not only in these sessions, hopefully in the futures that we can have the strong collaborations between Indonesia and Norway in the carbon capture storage. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speakers, Ms. Chandra Sutama, the Chief Operating Officer of the Energy Academy Indonesia. Ibu Chandra, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm just going to set a stage for this session by sharing a little bit about what is happening in Indonesia in terms of carbon capture and storage. There are a lot of things happening in Indonesia right now in the sphere of carbon capture and storage, and I want to let you know about it because we are quite proud about what is happening. Next slide. Before I'm just going to share a little bit about who we are, Energy Academy Indonesia. We are a center of knowledge, talent, and expertise in the energy sectors and sustainability. Our mission is to create a greener future by accelerating energy transition and promoting a just sustainable growth. Our activities are for Indonesia, but our experts and us are around the world, mostly in Europe, but also in the US, in Middle East, in Indonesia, in Australia, and everywhere else. We are more than around 70 experts across 12 countries with different expertise in energy and also technology. So what is carbon capture and storage? A lot of you already know what is carbon capture and storage, and it is literally capturing the carbon and transporting it and storing it. But what is this exactly? Basically, you are capturing carbon dioxide that is produced by large point sources, generally, for example, industry, from the exhaust of industry. And then you capture the carbon dioxide, you liquefy it, and then you transport it. And then you store it in underground storage. And we are not talking about underground storage 100 meters below the ground, but it is geological storage. 1 kilometer under the ground, you are not expecting it to leak. Just like you are storing oil and gas under the ground, you are not seeing it really leaking unless you have catastrophe, right? But it is not the norm, it is exception. So sometimes you also hear carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS. Sometimes you interchange the usage, but this is the whole idea. So carbon capture and storage, a lot of us here and a little bit pessimistic, or a little bit cynical even about carbon capture and storage, because we think that carbon capture and storage is just another effort from the fossil industry to prolong their operation. But actually, if you see all the net zero roadmap, either from International Energy Agency or even from IPCC, you will see carbon capture, utilization, and storage in the roadmap. It is not the only thing to decarbonize, but it is one of the effort to decarbonize. So this is, for example, the emission changes by mitigation measure in net zero scenario by IEA, the latest one in 2023. You will see that CCUS is there. It is not the only one, because then you will have activity, behavior, efficiency, renewable energy, etc. And carbon capture and storage is there. What carbon capture and storage? Basically, we needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate industry, which is industry that really difficult to decarbonize because during the process requiring very high temperatures, such as cement, steel, and chemicals. And also, we needed to produce hydrogen, just like from previously. We talked about green hydrogen, blue hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is the gray hydrogen plus carbon capture and storage, basically how to produce hydrogen and lowering the carbon dioxide emission from that production. So CCS is not something super new, but we have seen the explosion of CCS projects in the past years. So this is the latest data. You can see from 2018 to 2023, you see a huge increase in the development of carbon capture and storage projects all around the world. Of course, you will see that the epicentrum of carbon capture and storage projects are in the US that have been using carbon capture and storage for oil and gas as well, recovery, enhanced recovery. But now they are moving not to recovery, but only to storage, and also, of course, in Europe. But with all of that, we still need a lot of carbon capture and storage if we want to go to net zero scenario in 2050. This is what we have in 2030 and what we need to have in 2050 based on net zero scenario. So there are a lot of, the analysts are quite wild when they are talking about carbon capture and storage. What is the business of carbon capture and storage going to be? Some people say it's going to be 3.3 billion, CAGR 7.6 to 19%. It's wild. And Exxon is the happiest about all of this, and they said that it's going to reach $5 trillion business is in 2050. That's a lot of money. So now let's see about what is happening in Indonesia. So Indonesia has a huge geological storage capacity. It means that underground capacity to store carbon capture and storage is huge, 400 to 600 gigaton. And this you cannot create. You cannot have a country and say like, look, I have a lot of geological storage. Like, it has to be there. And we are quite lucky to have it. So far, we already have 15 carbon capture and storage projects all over Indonesia, most targeted to be on stream before 2030. And we also have the most mature carbon capture and storage regulation in Southeast Asia based on Global Carbon Capture and Storage Institute, with the latest regulation allows 30% of the storage for storing carbon from overseas. We also have a regulation on licenses for carbon storage and transport as a separate license. So companies can actually have a storage license. Companies can actually also have a separate transport license. So this is the story, right? So Indonesia have 400 to a huge geological capacity, and we see the industrial countries around: Japan, South Korea, Singapore. I'm just going to take 3 examples. Japan with 1,100 MTCO2 equivalent per year, top 5 globally. And they already have a CCS long-term roadmap. They want to store 240 MTPA carbon dioxide by 2050, not only in Japan, but also out of Japan. And they are very actively promoting overseas CCS project, especially in Southeast Asia, including in Indonesia. That's pretty much the case of South Korea as well. They are top 7 global carbon dioxide producer, and they plan to reduce 40% carbon dioxide. And so strong collaboration and initiative currently in Indonesia. The same story with Singapore, which even closer to Indonesia and already signed a cross-border CCS LOI with Indonesia in 2024. And here I'm just imagining the shipping line that pretty much already happening with LNG that can also happen with carbon capture. And those are some of the carbon capture storage hubs that are probably happening in Indonesia in the next few years. And internally as well, nationally as well in Indonesia, the industrial carbon dioxide sources location match quite well the geological storage basin. It means that the geological storage basin that are needed to store the carbon capture are matching quite well with the location of the industry. So actually, their decarbonizing industry in Indonesia with carbon capture and storage is very viable. This is our study that we are doing for Pertamina with the support of USAID. So that's my short presentation. We have a short article on carbon capture and storage way forward. Feel free to download it by flashing this barcode. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Chandra, for highlighting the Indonesian potential on the carbon capture storage, which has several potential of geological storage for carbon capture storage. So for the second presenter, I would like to invite Mr. Yogi Frinandi as the President Director of Pertamina International Shipping. Bapak Yogi, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to thank ECADIN and also Kemenperin for this opportunity. So in this short opportunity, I'd like to explain about Pertamina's initiative towards the CCS program in Indonesia and Pertamina. So you can go to the next slide. So yeah. Pertamina already set the NZE pathway by 2060 or earlier, which is aligned with the government commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2060. And in order to do so, there are several strategic initiatives. And we can see here, among these strategic initiatives, we put CCS and CCUS become part of our strategy to decarbonize our business and operation. But at the same time, we'd like to involve more on the CCS as a business, where based on our calculation that could be the potential up to 60 million MTPA for the carbon storage in Pertamina system by 2050. Next. Okay, so it is highlight about Pertamina International Shipping, what we do and who we are. So basically, we are one of the subholdings in Pertamina that responsible for the entire shipping and the logistics system of the energy for Pertamina in Indonesia. And there are three main area of our business. First, obviously, shipping. So we've been part of the Pertamina for many decades to distribute energy across Indonesia and into Indonesia, where now we are the net importer for the energy, for the oil and gas. But at the same time, we've been developing our business outside Indonesia. About 20% of our business, our revenue coming from the international business. About 60 of our ships servicing outside Indonesia. And the second line of the business is marine services, where we operate the port and terminals across Indonesia. There are more than 100 ports that are being managed by us. And also at the same time, the last one is the logistic, which is the terminals, fuel terminals and gas terminals across Indonesia. Now we operate more than 114 oil and gas terminals across Indonesia. And going forward, in terms of the CCS, we'll be taking a huge role for allowing the CCS business to happen in Indonesia, specifically for the shipping and the logistics system for the CCS. Next. So aligned with the regulation, the greenhouse gas regulation by ECADIN, where about 40% of the emission needs to be reduced by 2030. We are trying to set our goal to achieve the NZE pathway by 2060. And there are plenty of works being done by us, basically how to make our operation much more efficient through all the initiatives which align with the regulation, for instance, like EXI, EDI, and also the improvement on the current ship that being operated. But at the same time, how we accommodate the alternative fuel, alternative fuel as the source of energy for our ships. So yeah, even though we haven't seen a lot from our initiative, but it is projected by 2030 that we can reduce up to 1 million ton of CO2 from our operation, which equal to 33%. And we believe the carbon capture and storage, particularly the carbon capture technology in the ship, will help us to reduce the number of CO2 being emitted by our operation. Next. So I think Bu Chandra already explained a bit about the CCS potential in Indonesia, and Pertamina as a group already quite active to do some studies with our partner to see the opportunity for the storage of carbon across Indonesia. And based on our latest data that we already quite sure that until now there are 7.3 gigatons within Pertamina system. And one of the biggest, based on the latest study with Exxon, is the Sunda Astri Basin, where the capacity of the storage for the CO2 would be up to 3 gigatons of CO2. And last year, Pertamina already signed an MOU with Exxon to jointly develop the Sunda Astri Basin to become one of the CCS hub in Indonesia. Next. So how can Pertamina International Shipping involve more on the CCS? I can say it is still in the early stage, because we just got the Presidential Decree number 14/2024, where the CCS business can be started, where Ibu Chandra already mentioned about 30% cross-border can be done, which is the dilemma for us, how to translate the 30% given the domestic CCS industry is not available yet, right? Or even though the scale is just too small. And we know that the neighbor country, for instance, like Singapore or Japan or Korea, there are plenty of opportunities. So if the 30% becomes the limitation, then this is something that we need to advocate the government of Indonesia how to manage this challenge, because the domestic volume is not there yet, right? So for us, now we see plenty of opportunities for Pertamina International Shipping to involve more on the CCS business. The most obvious one is the ships, the transportation, right? Where we perhaps we can provide some transportation for the CCS within Indonesia or from the neighborhood country. And we just appointed by the government to be to be the aggregator for the transportation for the CO2 in Indonesia. So it is a privilege for us, but definitely this is something that could be a challenge as well for us, because the government would like to see we start moving right towards some initiative to fulfill the transportation, and there could be a plenty of infrastructure or vehicle as well that can be provided, for instance, like temporary storage, floating barge for some location in Indonesia, and also the LCO2 injection vessel, where, for instance, like the Sunda Asri Basin will be an offshore operation for the CCS. And last but not least, definitely the receiving terminal or the aggregation terminal that can be provided by Pertamina International Shipping Group. Next. So this is the last slide. So what we do now, as I said, it is still in the early stage of our CCS initiatives. So that's why plenty of study, plenty of meetings with our partners. Basically, how can we develop the technology of the CCS, the technology selection as well for the ships that we are going to build. We know that plenty of yards, for instance, like Dalian in China and Hyundai Mipo in Korea, they have started to build some CO2 carrier, the 7,500 meter cubic of ships, and looking at the Northern Light projects, CCS could be one of the example where we learned a lot from what being done by the Norwegian, and in the long term, definitely we are strong believers that CCS could be a huge business for Indonesia and Pertamina. So that's why, as the CCS business already developed in the long term, we'd like to scale up what we have started now, right? To see some CCS hub going to present in Indonesia, and where Pertamina International Shipping will be part of this supply chain of the CO2. So that's all from me about Pertamina International Shipping and all the initiative on the CCS. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Yoki, for presenting about the Pertamina works on the CCS, and we see that there are several operations on the Pertamina with partners on the CCS. And for the next for the third and fourth speakers, we will have the speaker from Norway to discuss what are the Norwegian works on the CCS. First, I would like to invite Mr. Morten Christophersen, the CEO of the Econic Energy. Mr. Morten, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Yeah. Yeah, my name is Morten Christophersen, CEO of Econic Energy. I'm going to talk about how we enable the infrastructure for the CCS value chain, and how we focus on clean infrastructure for the clean energy and the clean projects as well. At Econic, we believe that clean energy should be both accessible but also affordable for everyone worldwide. And we're trying to achieve this by using our cutting-edge technologies to reduce the investment costs of building marine infrastructure, but also the time. First of all, I would like to show a movie, a quick movie, and then, yeah. Yes.
Econic was founded to make clean fuel available to communities around the world by simplifying the transfer of energy from ships. That was the genesis of the jettyless IKE. In 2017, Econic launched the world's first floating jettyless terminal, marking a major milestone in both the energy and maritime industries. Since then, the company has also focused on low-carbon energy solutions, with a technology portfolio for renewable fuels and emissions mitigation. From offshore LNG and green ammonia export to ammonia bunkering terminals and carbon capture efforts, Econic is now engaged in projects across the globe. Today, Econic is delivering 2 IKEs to New Fortress Energy's Fast LNG project in the Gulf of Mexico. And in Germany, TESS and Econic Energy are delivering fast-track energy import to Wilhelmshaven to bolster Germany's energy security.
We have some very exciting products coming up and solutions across the value chain. And we're also working on some very interesting projects. For instance, we started a project in Africa in methanol export. That's a new area for us. We are also working very hard with our clients to evolve our solutions.
Additionally, ECONEC's joint venture Azane Fuel Solutions is receiving significant investments to continue decarbonizing shipping with clean ammonia bunkering. Looking forward, ECONEC has further developed the IKE solution for various applications, including regasification and renewable energy transfer.
The IKE Fast Track Regas Terminal, that's our platform system, which we have combined with a smart, elegant regas system, which we call the IKE R-Class, which you can connect to any type of LNG ship. And then in essence, you have a floating fast track system, which brings in the gas to shore in record time.
The ECONEC team and a shared motivation to simplify energy accessibility will bring the company into the future. With staff from around the globe with multidisciplinary expertise, the team works together to solve the world's energy bottlenecks.
I think we have shown that we have a track record in the LNG business. We have a spin-off in the ammonia space with Azane Fuel Solutions. Now we're also heading straight into the carbon capture space. So the best is not yet seen of ECONEC.
We've grown organically since our inauguration in 2012. And we've gained a position in which we're financially robust in terms of being able to deliver on the growth ahead.
I think we as a company, we have just begun. We will create an ecosystem around the green transition. We have always been very focused on how we work together as a team. One thing is having brilliant technology or the best idea in the world, but it's the people behind that bring that to life.
All right, so that was a short introduction to our company. If you go to the next slide, please. So in essence, what we're trying to do is to remove these heavy, time-consuming, costly CO2 emitting jetties, right? So how we enable the marine infrastructure. If you go to the next slide, by thinking differently, we call it in the jettyless space, our technology portfolio called IKE. Different types of products, but they are all very, very fast to install and a lot more cost efficient than building these heavy infrastructures. And talking about CCS, we will need a lot more jetties and port infrastructure to ship all those CO2 around the globe. So it's important that we try to reduce the investment costs in all the different stages of the value chain in order to enable the CCS going forward. If we go to the next slide, this is also one of our concepts. This is in use for LNG in Mexico, where we're using ISO containers as a fully virtual value chain, which we're also looking at using for CCS, where we have a lot of different emitters and try to send it to a CO2 ship without any investments in port infrastructure. Go to the next slide. We are executing different projects around the globe and heavily looking into CCS at the moment, and I will explain three of the projects. If you go to the next slide. One of the projects we recently delivered is for an upstream project in Mexico. This was, and our client calls it the fastest project on the planet. So it was a very difficult project for us, but well executed. Next one. And the one in Wilhelmshaven here in Germany, we are working with the hydrogen company TESS and ENGIE, where we are working on a project where we are delivering a terminal in a record time to provide energy security to Germany. And this facility is very interesting because in the next stage, it will be converted to a hydrogen or ENG terminal where we are exporting CO2 in the same system. So in this project, we are taking kind of the investment decision on the CCS kind of value chain. So very interesting project. And the next one. So this is some of the pictures from where we are now installing everything on site, and we plan that to be in full operation later this year. Next one. And then on the ammonia side, we have sold a pre-order with the Yara Clean Ammonia for a network of 15 different fuel stations, which we will place along the Scandinavian coast and Northern Europe. Also a very interesting initiative on that side. The next one. Yeah, that concludes my presentation. This is my lovely colleagues, so please reach out if you have some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morten, for your presentations. And our last speakers will be Mr. Erik Mathias Sorhal. He is the Business Development Director of the CO2 shipping at the DNV Maritime. Mr. Erik, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it working? Working now? Very good. Is it better? Closer to like this. Take it like that. Okay. So my name is Mathias Sorhal. So I'm Business Development Director for CO2 carriers and CCS in Maritime. And I will, in my presentation, go a little bit into our prospect for a new maritime infrastructure that is coming from the CCS value chain. Anything happening? Okay, a few words on DNV as a company. Now is it better? Yeah, okay. DNV as a company, we are about 15,000 employees, located in more than 100 countries. In the ship and offshore industry, we are first and foremost the world's largest classification society, but we also provide advisory to the same industry. In the energy sector, we are an advisor and a verifier and assurer of energy systems, making sure that they are working efficiently and safely and providing advice that they will do so. In addition to that, we are a global leading provider of management system and certification and value chain or supply chain product service provider. There we are. We are driven by our purpose of safeguarding life, property, and environment, and our vision is to be a trusted voice to tackle global transformation. Just very quickly, more on the corporate slides. We do this by certify, verify, and test against existing standard specifications. We qualify, assure new technology systems and data. We give expert advice on everything on safety and technology. And we do this together with the industry, providing new rules, new standards, and new guidelines. But then going a bit more into CCS. Why CCUS? First and foremost, this is critical to reach any emission targets. Any way towards a net zero society will involve parts of CCS. It will be critical in a transition period. Transition period, then I mean a fairly long period before we have a completely green energy mix. Also important to state, if you take each of the elements in the CCS value chain, it's a fairly mature technology. 4 examples where CCS will play a critical role. One is decarbonization of hard-to-abate industries. Examples of this is cement and steel industry, which consists of approximately 16% of the global emissions. That emission is not only coming from the energy mix, it's also coming from the process itself. So even though we have a completely green energy mix, you will still have CO2 emissions. CCS also provides the possibility of low carbon hydrogen at scale. In most cases, blue hydrogen, meaning hydrogen provided by natural gas with the carbon capture, is a cheaper solution than green hydrogen. It also provides the possibility for low carbon power by, again, natural gas and equipping it with CCS. And eventually, CCS also provides the possibility of negative emissions, meaning that you're capturing CO2 from either a biogenic source, being biopower stations, for instance, or a bit longer ahead, direct air capture. In DNV, we launching an energy transition outlook every year to look ahead, look at how the energy mix is developing and how our prospects into the future are. In our last energy outlook in 23, we estimated that by 2050, we will need about, or we will aiming about 1.2 gigatons of CO2 to be captured. But when that's said, this is a scenario which we believe in based on what we are seeing today. However, with that scenario, we are reaching towards a 2.2 degree society and not towards the 1.5. In a net zero society, we believe that by 2050, we are looking more in the range of 6 gigatons of CO2 to be captured and stored every year. And I believe in your presentation, you were about on 7. So I think different estimates gives about the same range, 5 to 7, 8 gigatons a year that is needed for CCUS in order to reach a net zero society. But that was the crystal ball looking into 2050. But where are we today? The global status, this is coming from the Global Institute of CCS, launched a report end of last year. And as we see from this diagram showing that the dark blue, that is CCS capture facilities in operation. That's fairly stable, but if you look at the projects that are in advanced stage, on early development stage, it is increasing rapidly every year. However, when you look at the number of FIDs, that is still fairly limited. But regardless, if you look at the 2.2 degree society or a net zero society, regardless, it's huge volumes of CO2 that needs to be transported. And for the maritime infrastructure, this is a huge opportunity. It's not only about gas carriers transporting necessarily CO2 between one shore-based terminal to another. You will also see smaller feeder vessels operating between single sources, potentially to floating terminals, collecting CO2 from different sources, then either by pipelines or larger ships transporting to offshore storage, potentially to a new terminal. And it's difficult to grasp what 1.2 gigatons of CO2 means in terms of number of vessels. But if you're looking at short term up to 2030, it means maybe a 50, 60 number of vessels. If you look into 2050s, our predictions say between 200 to 600 vessels, of course, depending on size of vessel, the trade, etc. Also, an opportunity, what we're starting to see now, is on onboard carbon capture, which again also will provide the need of what you can potentially call inverse bunker vessel, taking CO2 captured along the journey from larger vessels and then bring it to the terminal. DNV is not only supporting the industry on the transportation, we are basically supporting the industry from capture to storage through early engagement in project development, through also design, operation, and so on. Last words on testing and simulations. CO2 stream, meaning CO2 with impurities, has some challenges related to flow assurance and infrastructure integrity. And testing and simulations is an essence to provide input to the design and setup of the value chain. And DNV, we have different testing facilities across the globe, both on the multi-flow phase, flow assurance type of testing, also through material testing, and also testing of everything from cargo handling, and also pipeline testing at Spade Adams in UK. I think that's what I had in mind to say. Okay, on time. Thank you for listening. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Eric, for your presentations. Now I would like to give it to the floor. If there is any questions from the floor, are most welcome. Is there any? I think it's very quiet clear on the CCS. But I personally do have the questions for the speakers. In terms of the challenges, is there any challenges on the CCS in general, or is there any challenges on transporting the CCS itself, both maybe in Indonesia or maybe in Norway, but it could be also our lesson learned?
I can say a few words on that. You want me? Yeah. I think one topic that is widely discussed in the industry today is the discussion around the impurities and the CO2 specification and setting the right limits for the CO2 specification, and also how to qualify along the value chain that you are actually meeting that specification. Because as I said, concluding on my slide deck as well, there are integrity challenges when you have impurities in the CO2 stream. So I think that is an industry topic that is important and which require more research basically to optimize. Also, the technology today is based on oil and gas production, so it's maybe too advanced and too expensive and too complicated. So how to find a cheaper solution? If not, it will be maybe too expensive.
Any comments from Pak Yopi or Busana?
Yeah, I'd like to add a perspective from Pertamina in Indonesia in general. I think, as I said, we are in the early stage of the CCS program, which is good. But again, there should be a joint effort by the government, SOE, and some other parties, and basically try to consolidate all these initiatives to make sure that we are aligned in terms of the priorities and also what are the things that can be enabled for Indonesia and Pertamina to have the CCS hub, the first CCS hub in Indonesia. And I think it is good that we already had a presidential decree, but again, the much more technical regulation is required, right? In order to make sure that everything can be done. And because at the end of the day, it is like a chicken and egg, right? The opportunity is there. I think it is good that the government in Indonesia is quite aggressive toward the CCS program. And yes, I agree that how to make the CCS cheaper, that's another challenge.
Thank you very much for Ibu Chandra.
I think there is one thing super critical, especially for CCS in Indonesia. No matter how much CCS is going to be cheap, nobody wants to do it if there is no incentive. So that is the of paramount importance, and it has nothing to do mostly with technical issue, but it is policy. We have seen that everywhere in the world where CCS projects flourish, it's because of policy and incentives. So, voila, that's my point.
Yeah. Mr. Mortal, any comments?
No, yeah, I fully agree. I think we're trying to build this value chain with oil and gas technology on an oil and gas way, but I think we need to think a bit differently here. We need to think more simplistic. We need to think that we don't have the kind of the high costs that we can afford in oil and gas space. Yeah. So I think that's very very important. And also, is there a way to kind of make CO2 valuable, used for something? And I think personally, e-fuels, renewables, LNG is very interesting there, where you use CO2 to create LNG and using the same value chain as you are used to for that. Like, can we look at some way to make the CO2 valuable in some way? Yeah.
Thank you for yeah.
I would like to follow up your question. I mean, in Europe, you have a CO2 tax, and you have a lot of ambition, you have a lot of plans, you have deadlines. So how will you finance your project if you don't have an incentive today?
It is a very tough question. So that's why the current regulation allow us to do the cross-border CO2, right? Transportation and also storage. But it is limited up to 3%, which I believe now, in order to finance this one, is coming from the neighborhood countries projects. For instance, like Singapore, right? They implement the carbon tax. And that's the only way at the moment that I can see the project could be feasible, right? And perhaps, I don't know, perhaps Bu Chandra, can you add up anything else?
Like, I totally agree with you. And if there is no way to value the carbon dioxide that is being captured, there is no carbon tax, it is not going to happen. What is for the industry, right? If they can emit carbon dioxide for free, why should they capture it?
Hope that answered your questions. So, is there any other questions from the floor? Okay, if it is not, I would like to close these sessions. And once again, thank you for all of the finalists. And I would like to close the sessions and by hand it over to our MC. Yeah. Give a big applause for Halavat.
Thank you, Siddiq, for moderating our last segment of today. Also, I invite ladies and gentlemen to give one more appreciation for our speakers that have been with us, also sharing some insightful discussion for today's event. Lastly, I invite all the distinguished speakers to rise because we are going to have our last ceremony, some token appreciation ceremony. It will be delivered by founder and CEO of ECADIN. That's the Alcano, PhD. We also invite Cyril Fobel. Mr. Cyril Fobel, please join us at the stage to receive some token of appreciation for today's event. We appreciate our speakers for delivering such insightful and excitement topics regarding decarbonization in the industry. Thank you. We take some photos for each one of every panelist. This business forum is hosted by ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia,
Supported by Ministry of Industry of Republic of Indonesia and sponsored by PT Pertamina Persero. Lastly, token appreciation for our speakers today's event. We'll be taking picture together with our moderator also. We'll be taking some more pictures for today's event at the birthday at Indonesian Pavilion and Hannover Messe 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give one more appreciation to all of us for today's event and also for our speakers. Now we've come to the end of our discussion at Business Forum, hosted by ECADIN Energy Academy Indonesia at Indonesian Pavilion Hannover Messe 2024. And also supported by Ministry of Industry Republic of Indonesia and sponsored by Pertamina Persero. On behalf of our organizer, I extend our deepest thanks and appreciation to all distinguished guests, to all our esteemed speakers that have joined us.
Thank you. You have been looking into Decarbonization
here right now at Hannover.
Yeah, it was very nice. Good to meet them. So,
please join us again tomorrow at Indonesia Pavilion with more inspiring speakers and also
your presentation.
My name is Uhde, and I'm the for today. Thank you and wishing you the best of
Where can I find it?
Yeah.
In your website. I'll have it.
Yeah. No, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, we have a bit,
how we can kind of some of them.
On the corrosion testing.
In Oslo.
Have you been there before? Right, yes.
No, but we're planning a trip to Asia in some weeks' time. Maybe
I would go.
based in Jakarta.
I'll go there on next Monday.
Indonesia, as an emerging economy, has undergone a remarkable journey, demonstrating solid economic performance. This significant development is propelled by the synergy of our abundant resources, both natural and human resources. Embracing the spirit of making Indonesia 4.0, we are accelerating a strong synergy between humans and technological advancements that actively contribute to the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution in Indonesia. With over 70% of its population aged between 15 and 64, Indonesia is benefiting from a demographic advantage in which the population of Indonesia will be dominated by young and productive people. We also emphasize the transformation of technology systems to allow for the automation